Chapter 348 Defeated Departure. Chapter 348 Defeated Departure. The strong stench of blood filled the air, making one sick. Night Spirit's attacks caused the entire battlefield to pause for a moment. Junhao did not blink at all as his pupils constricted. Focusing his sights on the 5 great Xia cultivators who were filled with blood from head to toe, he was seemingly shocked silly. All of a sudden, turning around slowly, Night Spirit's cold gaze landed on Junhao. Instantly, Junhao's breathing halted. For a brief moment, he felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. Night Spirit walked slowly and arrived before Junhao. Junhao's mind was blank right now as his limbs went cold. He could not move at all. Night Spirit's body was much taller than Junhao's, and it was looking down at him from above. There was a cold intent in its eyes while its chilling tail swayed like a ghost at the back. Against Night Spirit, Junhao felt extremely pathetic, like an ant that could be stepped on at any moment. Horrified, cold sweat began rolling down his cheeks. His arms were trembling uncontrollably. Gripping his fists tightly, Junhao clenched his teeth to suppress the fear in his heart. To his shock, that only caused his arms to tremble even more violently. Night Spirit, hurry back. Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded. Pausing for a moment, Night Spirit looked at Junhao indifferently. There was a hint of warning and a tinge of disdain within its eyes. It then turned around and slowly returned to the girl's side. The departure of that terrifying demon beast had Junhao feeling as though he had just brushed by the gates of hell. His clothes were drenched with sweat, and he was weak all over, almost collapsing to the ground. He looked at Night Spirit with lingering fear. The violent demon beast that had let out its menacing claws earlier on was now sprawled obediently beside the girl, even letting her pet him with her jade-white hands. The girl's crisp voice sounded, "Thank you so much, Night Spirit. However, you can't go around scaring others. You have to be obedient." Night Spirit let out a deep growl as a form of acknowledgement. Right after, the girl turned towards Junhao and smiled apologetically. "Senior brother Jun, sorry. That's the way Night Spirit is. Please don't take it to heart." It's fine." Junhao replied instinctively. Earlier on, he had truly sensed the killing intent from that demon beast called Night Spirit. If the girl hadn't called it back, he might be dead right now. The girl chuckled and continued, "Thank you for your warning just now, Senior Brother Jun. It's only right, ha. Ha ha." Junhao laughed dryly. Even though he had no mirror, he could sense how stiff his smile was. He felt a sense of relief. He merely gave that fake warning earlier on because he did not want to expose his identity prematurely. By the looks of it, he seemed to have gained Su Xiaoning's trust instead with his actions. Of course, even so, Junhao no longer dared harbor designs on Su Xiaoning. The demon beast at her side was way too terrifying. In fact, Junhao suspected that the reason why the demon beast was so hostile towards him was because it had sensed something. Darn beast. He cursed internally. On the battlefield, Blood Quencher crushed down with a scarlet glow as the sky that was formed from the glass mirror shattered, forming a huge crack. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, the crack multiplied into its surroundings, covering the entire sky densely. The glass mirror was shattered. Gua-Yi fell from the sky and coughed with blood. He was looking at Night Spirit with widened eyes, filled with fright. The fact that Night Spirit had killed 5 great Xia cultivators also implied that he had lost his lifeline. Immediately after, Su Zimo cut down casually onto Gua-Yi's head. At this point, all 3-6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators had died. The cultivators of the Great Xia and Great Shang factions were instantly defeated as they let out shouts and fled in all directions. With his ethereal wings, Su-Zimo streaked through the skies, and a scarlet glow shone repeatedly. Finally, he relented after killing more people continuously. The cultivators of the two dynasties fled in various directions, and it was impossible if he wanted to eliminate them all. Furthermore, it would waste time if he were to continue hunting them. They were in the ancient battlefield after all, and it was already getting late. Su-Zimo was worried about other stuff. Finally, the battle royale between the three dynasties ended with the defeat of the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties. Even though the Great Zhou dynasty was victorious, it was a tragic victory. Initially, Ji Yaoshua had 4 great Zhou guards protecting here, but the battle cost 2 of them. Right now, there were 11 people remaining: Su-Zimo and his sister, Ji Qingtian, Lung Ro and Little Fatty of Ethereal Peak, Ji Yaoshua and 2 great Zhou guards, Junhao of Azure Frost Sect, Shi Jian of Southern Mountain Sect, and Si Yutong of Iridescent Clouds Palace. Of course, there was also Night Spirit. Out of the 11 of them, apart from Su-Zimo, Su Xiaoning, Ji Yaoshua, and Junhao, the other 7 were covered in blood and had injuries. Su-Zimo said in a low voice, "Everyone, pack up and leave this place as soon as possible." "That's easy for you to say. How can we move?" Si Yutong grumbled. "We're all injured now, suffering from pain everywhere, and thoroughly exhausted. There's no way we can use sword kinesis flight." Su-Zimo swept his gaze at him, recalling the methods of this man before him. Si Yutong could not help but shudder and shut up. Ji Yaoshua asked softly, "Zimo, should we rest here first?" "No." Su-Zimo shook his head. "So many people died in this battle, and the stench of blood is spreading. Many ancient living beings will definitely be attracted here, so we must not linger." After surviving a year in Tsanglang mountain range, Su-Zimo was clear of the rules there. However, the ancient battlefield was 10 times crueler than Tsanglang mountain range. When they heard that, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, as they could not help but look fearful upon recalling the moment they came across the blood centipedes. Su-Zimo continued, "It's already close to evening now. If we don't look for a place to settle down before night, there's a high chance we'll find ourselves surrounded by ancient living beings. What should we do then?" As the skies darkened, the cultivators were also starting to feel uneasy and nervous. None of them had any ideas. Before entering the ancient battlefield, they were warned repeatedly by many seniors that birds, beasts, and terrifying living beings roamed the ancient battlefield at night. This was not a place where they should wander at night, or they would definitely be met with death. Pondering in silence for a moment, Su-Zimo started moving to collect the storage bags of the other 2 dynasties. He would open every single storage bag for a look. Humph! Someone was in a hurry to leave, but he's already busy collecting the spoils of war now. Si Yutong could not help but remark softly. Little Fatty said coldly, "Si Yutong, don't forget! If my bro didn't attack, you would have long been dead." Ji Yaoshua nodded as well. "It's only right that those storage bags belong to Zimo." She paused for a moment and continued, "However, I've got a feeling that he's looking for something." Right then, Su-Zimo's eyes lit up as he retrieved an exquisite spirit vessel from one of the storage bags. Injecting spirit energy into it, the spirit vessel expanded instantly and hovered in front of everyone. "Let's go. We'll board this spirit vessel and leave this place," Su-Zimo waved. When they saw the spirit vessel, everyone was enlightened and exchanged glances. It was as though a rock had been lifted off their shoulders as they looked at Su-Zimo with gratitude. Chapter 349, Clues of the Ruins. Chapter 349, Clues of the Ruins. At the borders of the ancient battlefield, a spirit light streaked through the air at an extremely fast speed. If one focused their gaze, they would be able to make out faintly a spirit vessel carrying 10 cultivators and a demon beast. At the bow of the vessel, a green-robed cultivator stood steering its direction. The green-robed cultivator was Su-Zimo. On the spirit vessel, the injured cultivators had already bandaged their wounds simply and changed into new sets of robes. Only they still looked pale, fatigued, and weak. Everyone looked at the green-robed cultivator at front, filled with emotions and deep thoughts. It could be said that they would have all been dead for this ancient battlefield expedition if not for him. Right now, they did not even have the strength to ride on their flying swords. However, even after slaying 3-6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in the battle, Suzimo had the energy to control the spirit vessel, carrying everyone with it. His physique was truly something that shocked everyone. There was a hint of fear in the depths of Junhao's eyes. Before long, the spirit vessel stopped at the foot of a mountain. Leaping down, Suzimo found a cave at the foot of the mountain based on the map. It was spacious inside and they could settle down temporarily. Once everyone entered the cave, Suzimo guarded the entrance to lay down formations. Even though everyone had stopped the bleeding from their injuries, the stench of blood would still spread. The living beings of the ancient era were extremely sensitive to such a smell and would definitely find their way here. Therefore, Suzimo had to lay down some simple array formations at the entrance of the cave to isolate the sounds and auras within before adding concealment formations. It was only then that they could be considered safe. These were all support formations and were relatively simple. Before night arrived, Suzimo was already done with them. Ji Yaoshua came over and said, "Zimo, let's take turns standing guard tonight." "That's right, bro. Take a rest tonight and we'll take turns standing guard." "Don't worry." Little Fatty patted his chest and declared confidently. Throughout the entire process, everyone did not help much. They felt embarrassed and wanted to try their best to share Suzimo's burden. "There's no need." Suzimo waved his hand. "Rest well and regain your strength as soon as possible. Night Spirit will guard over here." At the mention of Night Spirit, a look of fear flickered through everyone's eyes. Even though it merely attacked for a brief moment during the battle in the day, it was way too shocking. If the feeling that Suzimo gave off to everyone was one of unpredictability, the feeling that Night Spirit gave off was one of fear. Nighttime. On this day, everyone had been through too much and were worn out physically and mentally. Now that they were finally relaxed, most of them fell asleep. Night Spirit rose and walked out of the cave stealthily. It melted into the darkness and vanished. Suzimo was not worried about Night Spirit. Its strength right now was equivalent to the peak of Foundation establishment. Furthermore, they were at the borders of the ancient battlefield right now, and there was nothing that could threaten it. Sitting quietly in the cave, Suzimo tidied the day's gains. There were a total of 60 storage bags. Even though there were no supreme-grade spirit weapons within them, there were many superior-grade spirit weapons and plenty of elixirs. He chose a couple of perfect-grade elixirs and put them away for his own use while placing the rest together. After tidying everything, Suzimo took out a few maps and matched them. A fragrance wafted over as Ji Yaoshua came over and sat down beside him. "What's wrong? You can't get to sleep?" Suzimo turned his head slightly and asked in a soft voice. In the darkness, Ji Yaoshua pursed her lips and whispered, "Zimo, thank you for today." "It's fine." He smiled. Ji Yaoshua relaxed at the sight of Suzimo's smile and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "You came at the right time. Do you know of any clues to the ancient ruins?" he asked. Cultivating in the ancient battlefield was only one aspect. More importantly, it was obtaining the Meridian unlocking elixir along with other treasures and inheritances. All of those items only existed within the ruins of the ancient battlefield. No. Ji Yaoshua shook her head. Most of the ruins around the borders of the ancient battlefield have been looted entirely, and there are few that are undiscovered. Take a look at this. Suzimo opened up the few maps in his hands and placed it before Ji Yaoshua, pointing to a red dot. "This location has been indicated on these few maps. I suspect that this is an ancient ruin that was discovered by the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties. Indeed. Ji Yaoshue held up the few maps and matched them before nodding. Even though she was moved, there was a look of worry in her eyes. We're currently short-handed. This ruin will definitely attract many factions and cultivators, leading to a cruel battle. It's all right. Su Zimo smiled gently. There are no powerful sects and top-tier cultivators at the borders of the ancient battlefield. Furthermore, we've already destroyed a large part of the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasty strength. They won't be a threat. When should we set off? Ji Yaoshue asked. 10 days from now. Su Zimo replied in a deep voice. Heal your injuries in the 10 days and stabilize your cultivation realm. Once everyone has recovered, we'll set off. The two of them chatted a little more before Ji Yaoshue went back to rest upon Su Zimo's persuasion. Shifting his gaze, he looked towards Junhao in the crowd. He had a vague feeling that there was something amiss about Junhao. However, he could not kill the latter just because he looked strange without concrete evidence. However, Su Zimo was certain that there was a great Xia dynasty spy of high status among the people remaining. Retracting his gaze, he smiled gently. No matter who the spy was, that person would not dare to behave recklessly from today on. Those tricks were nothing but a joke in the face of absolute strength. Late at night, a dark shadow entered from outside the cave stealthily without alerting anyone. Sensing something, Su Zimo opened his eyes and glanced at Night Spirit. He could sense a blood stench emanating from Night Spirit's body, and it was somewhat familiar. It was the Blood Centipede King's aura. In that 6 hours, Night Spirit had returned to that desert and killed the Blood Centipede King. Su Zimo chuckled. He was the only one who could guess what Night Spirit was thinking. In the day, Night Spirit had to protect Su Xiaoning and could not venture too far. It was most likely fed up that it could only run from those blood centipedes. Now that Su Zimo was guarding this place at night, Night Spirit went over and killed that blood centipede king straight. Rising, Su Zimo nodded to Night Spirit. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Now that Night Spirit had returned and was guarding the cave, Su Zimo left the place. Due to the soundproof formation, it was quiet within the cave. The moment he left the cave, Su Zimo heard the roars of beasts and the cries of birds. The world shook, the trees swayed, and the grass rustled. It was as though there was some terrifying existence nearby that was absolutely frightening. It was a completely different world inside and outside the cave. Despite being in such an environment, Su Zimo did not show the slightest trace of fear. Instead, he looked slightly excited and his blood was rumbling. At night, the world belonged to the ancient demon beasts. However, it also belonged to Su Zimo. After all, from a certain perspective, Su Zimo was a demon. Chapter 350, 7 Orifices. Chapter 350, 7 Orifices. After many years of cultivation, Su Zimo had already made it a habit to only cultivate the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness at night. He had already attained greater mastery of the organs refinement section and had been cultivating the orifice clearing section for some time now. The orifices referred to the 7 on a person's head. For the majority of races, their heads were the most mysterious, important, and sensitive part of their bodies. Most beings would die instantly if their heads suffered immense damage. Legend has it that the Purple Residence, Heavenly Palace, and Immortal Stage acupoints were located on the head. Even the essence spirit of the Immortal Tao and the Yin spirit of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness were located in the depths of the head. However, that was a point Su Zimo had not reached given his current cultivation realm. In the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, the cultivation of the head came after cultivation of the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, and 5 organs. it was also a clear indication of the importance of the head. The 7 orifices of the head referred to the eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and tongue. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness had to be cultivated one after another without any mistake in the order. If the 5 organs were not in harmony, the 7 orifices could not open up. One could only clear their orifices after refining their organs. By refining their organs, one could produce the essence chi of their organs, the so-called demonic chi. Once the 5 organs resonated with the 7 orifices, demonic chi would naturally pass through the orifices as well. Between the 5 organs and 7 orifices, the liver corresponded to the eyes, the kidney to the ears, the lungs to the nose, the spleen to the mouth, and the heart to the tongue. In other words, the essence chi of the 5 organs would clear through their corresponding orifices. The nurturing of demonic chi to flow through the orifices would allow one to attain lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section. At that point, they would be able to reach the realm of universal sight and hearing. Prior to this, the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow would correspond to the 5 organs and form a minor heavenly cycle within the body. After clearing the 7 orifices, the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow, 5 organs and 7 orifices will tricorrespond and form a major heavenly cycle within the body. At that point, greater mastery of the orifice clearing section will be achieved. By cultivating to that point, it would also mean that one would be able to form a demon inner core. Orifice clearing did not merely mean that one would be able to strengthen their vision, hearing, and the 5 senses. More than that, it was for the 7 orifices to connect through to the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow, as well as the 5 organs, raising the strength of one's physique. Furthermore, after one attained greater mastery of the orifice clearing section, a major heavenly cycle would be formed in their body. That way, Su Zimo's body would be more coordinated and harmonious. He would be agile as a swallow while carrying the weight of a bear. His movements and stability would coexist, melding toughness and gentleness. Meek as a virgin, he could burst like a rabbit. Every single movement of his 4 limbs would gather his entire body's power into a single spot, causing his strength to rise immensely. At the end of the orifice clearing section, Daiyu left a sentence. At this point of your cultivation, you would have perfected your technique and cultivated universal sight and hearing. With the help of the spirit perception, you will be able to avoid danger without seeing or smelling it. Be it whether you're moving, sitting, or lying down, your heart will be able to sense, and you will be able to defeat your enemies within 10 feet with your bare hands. Each time he saw the statement die you left behind, Su Zimo felt his blood boil. In other words, that sentence meant that he was invincible within 10 feet. Furthermore, Su Zimo believed that the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness truly did possess such a capability. Although he had not attained greater mastery of the orifice clearing section, if he were to release his blood chi without hiding his demonic cultivation, there were truly not many cultivators who could go against him in an all-out battle within 10 feet. Su Zimo arrived at the slope above the cave and swallowed a perfect-grade blood-flesh elixir. Assuming a lotus position, he closed his eyes and rich demonic chi gushed out from his breathing and exhalation, gathering around his body. Before entering the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo had already cleared 4 of the 7 orifices, his ears, tongue, and nose. Right now, he was cultivating on clearing his mouth. For demon beasts like the heaven spirit lizard and the essence devouring frog, their tongues were their greatest killing weapons. They could kill their enemies in a single breath, and their strength would naturally increase immensely after clearing their tongue orifice. However, Su Zimo was a human after all, and the increase to his combat strength after clearing his ears, nose, and tongue orifices was not that obvious. But the mouth orifice was different. Su Zimo had cultivated a sound, secret skill, Thunderclap Kill. Even though it was an incomplete version, Su Zimo's breathing was long and his lungs were strong. Once he cleared his mouth and nose orifices, the might of Thunderclap Kill was bound to increase further. That was a true killing technique, and it was also a trump card for Su Zimo. On the slope, demonic chi surged into the sky, emanating a terrifying aura. If anyone were to see this, they would be shocked to see a vaguely visible human sitting in the midst of that thick demonic chi. At the borders of the ancient battlefield, there were almost no ancient living beings or demon beasts that could injure Night Spirit. Naturally, that also meant that only a rare few of them could hurt Su Zimo. Most demon beasts chose to avoid the mountain when they sensed that formidable demonic chi. A night passed, and not a single demon beast showed up around the cave. When morning arrived, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air, and the rumbling demonic chi re-entered his body through his nose and mouth. He opened his eyes and rose. When he stretched, his tendons and bones echoed at the same time with a series of crisp cracks. It was extremely bright. By the time Su Zimo returned to the cave, Ji Yaoshue and the others were already awake. I told everyone else about our decision. We'll head out 10 days from now. Ji Yaoshue came forward and said, "All right." Su Zimo nodded. The cultivators grabbed some food casually and hurried to make good use of time to cultivate. It was the same for Su Zimo as well. The moment he entered the ancient battlefield yesterday, he felt his fourth meridian surfacing vaguely. Coupled with that massive battle, it would probably take a few more days at most for him to unlock his fourth spirit meridian completely. During this period of time, Siu Tong took a walk outside and upon returning, said with a serious tone, "This cave is really well hidden. Even after last night, there are no signs of birds or beasts nearby." Most people did not have any reaction when they heard that. However, some of them looked at Su Zimo thoughtfully. For the next few days, Su Zimo continued to head out at night and cultivated his mouth orifice. In the day, he would be in the cave, absorbing spirit chi to unlock his fourth spirit meridian. On the 7th day, a loud bang echoed from Su Zimo's body. Boom! Beneath his green robes, the fourth spirit meridian shone brightly and was crystal clear. Within it, spirit energy gushed, producing the sound of a tsunami wave. He was now a 4-meridian foundation establishment cultivator on the 7th day. On the 8th day, Su Xiaoning reached late-stage foundation establishment. On the 9th day, Lung Ro and Little Fatty unlocked their 4th spirit meridian as well. The few of them had the lowest cultivation realm. After entering the ancient battlefield, they benefited the most from the immensely rich spirit chi and were the first ones to break through. On the 10th day, someone else broke through. Ji Qingtian of Ethereal Peak unlocked his 6th spirit meridian. Starting from the 4th spirit meridian, it was increasingly difficult to unlock further meridians. In fact, many cultivators were stuck at 3-meridian foundation establishment for their entire lives without being able to advance. There were a few reasons why Ji Qingtian was the first among the 5-meridian foundation establishment cultivators to break through. In part, it was because he had accumulated enough resources and built up a strong foundation. Next, it was thanks to the secret skill of Ethereal Peak, Ethereal Foundation establishment. Most importantly, he had a close brush with death in that battle 10 days ago that triggered the potential of life from deep within his body, allowing him to have his current breakthrough. After 10 days, Su Zimo's group's strength had increased. As such, everyone's confidence in the expedition towards the ancient ruins increased as well. Seeing that everyone was ready, Su Zimo waved and dispersed the array formation of the cave, declaring in a deep voice, "Let's go!" Chapter 351, Great Yu Dynasty. Chapter 351, Great Yu Dynasty. Su Zimo and the rest sped towards the ancient ruins marked on the map. During this period of time, they were attacked by birds, beasts, and ancient living beings as well. Thankfully, they managed to survive and reach the vicinity of the ancient ruins after 3 days. Many cultivators were gathered at the foot of a steep mountain. They were all dressed differently, and it was clear that they were from different sects and factions. The seal of this cave abode is getting weaker. We'll probably be able to remove the seal before night falls. That's right. It won't be in vain that we've waited here for so long. Some of the groups contained dozens of people, but there were also small groups of less than 3. A single glance revealed that there were hundreds of people, either whispering in hushed tones or conversing loudly. Apart from Sue Zimo's group, there were also other cultivators gathering towards this place, and the crowd was increasing. Through the other cultivators, Sue Zimo's group got to know that there was a concealment formation surrounding this ancient ruin previously. The cultivators who had entered the ancient battlefield previously did not manage to discover this place, and that's why it was preserved. As time passed by, the concealment formation could no longer hold out and dissipated, revealing signs of the ruin. As such, the number of cultivators that discovered it increased. However, there was still a sort of seal surrounding the ruin that no one was able to dispel. Hence, they could only wait for it to dissipate on its own. By the looks of it, this should be a cave abode left behind by a golden core. I wonder what treasures are inside. Hopefully, there's a meridian unlocking elixir. Of course, it'll be even better if there are supreme-grade spirit weapons. Perhaps there's even a perfect spirit weapon. Yes, looking at the seal outside this cave abode, this golden core wasn't someone weak in the ancient era. There's a possibility that he may have left behind a perfect spirit weapon. There were different types of ruins in the ancient battlefield. Some of them were cave abodes left behind by ancient cultivators, such as the one before them. There were also ruins of sects that would contain a myriad of secret skills and elixir recipes, some of which may have already been extinct. The first goal of all cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield was the Meridian Unlocking Elixir. For Foundation Establishment cultivators, the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was a treasure that had long been lost in Tianhuang mainland. Each time a Meridian Unlocking Elixir showed itself, it would lead to a bloody battle. Su Zimo brought Ji Yaoshue and the others to the foot of the mountain, where they settled down at an empty space, waiting for the seal to dissipate. He gazed at the cave abode at the top of the mountain in deep thoughts. Little Fatty analyzed, "I don't think there's anything good in a cave abode left behind by a golden core. There's a higher chance of finding a Meridian Unlocking Elixir in the ruins of a sect. That's not for sure." Su Zimo shook his head. Anyone who can dominate the ancient battlefield and leave behind an inheritance cave abode is far from simple. Furthermore, the fact that the seal of this cave abode did not dissipate for so long is proof that there must be great treasures within. As time passed by, the aura of the seal outside the cave abode weakened and the number of cultivators increased. Although everyone was fine now, the tension at the foot of the mountain was getting increasingly heavy. The reason why there was no conflict was because the treasures were not seen yet. It was almost certain that blood would be spilled the moment a rare treasure showed itself. Suddenly, a commotion broke out from the crowd as they dispersed, while a group of cultivators with cold expressions wearing dark metal armor strode through. "It's the Great Yu Dynasty. We have to be careful later." Ji Yaoshua looked at the dozens of cultivators nearby and whispered, "Their leader should be the prince of the Great Yu Dynasty." Right as Ji Yaoshua said that, the Great Yu Prince turned around, seemingly sensing something. When he saw Su Zimo and the rest, there was a flash of mockery in his eyes. "That's all the people you have left? Seems like the Great Zhou Dynasty has suffered quite a heavy loss in just over 10 days. The Great Yu Prince chuckled. "I'll give you guys a suggestion. Stay away from this mess, and you might be able to return to Great Zhou alive. Otherwise, foo-foo." "Don't worry about it." Ji Yaoshua's tone was calm. The Great Yu Prince's eyes lit up when he caught sight of Ji Yaoshua's appearance. A strange glint flashed in his eyes as he laughed evilly. "How may I address you, beauty?" Right after, he looked around and caught sight of Lung Ro and Su Xiaoning, causing the evil glint in his eyes to intensify. "Not bad, not bad." The great Yu Prince laughed as he rubbed his hands together. "You guys come in all shapes and sizes, and each has your own merits. I like it, Fufu." "Insolent." June Hao bolted upright and shouted with a sullen expression. "This is the princess of Great Shou! How dare you speak such filthy words?" Su Zimo frowned. Although June Hao seemed like he was chiding the Great Yu dynasty, he was exposing Ji Yaoshua's identity at the same time. It was hard to tell if his action was justified. No wonder. The Great Yu Prince burst into laughter and stared at Ji Yaoshua's flawless face with darkened eyes. His gaze seemed illusory as he said, "That's an aura that only a princess can possess." For some reason, Ji Yaoshua felt her head spin when she met with the Great Yu Prince's gaze. She felt drowsy and was losing her consciousness. All of a sudden, a figure appeared in front of Ji Yaoshua, blocking her from the Great Yu Prince's gaze. Ji Yaoshua shrugged her head and took a deep breath, regaining clarity in her eyes. There was a hint of regret in the depths of the Great Yu Prince's eyes. Su Zimo said indifferently, "Just a word of advice. Don't seek trouble for yourself." The Great Yu Prince frowned as he looked at the scholarly green-robed cultivator standing between the both of them. Narrowing his gaze, he commanded coldly, "Get lost!" Focusing his gaze, the aura around Su Zimo changed all of a sudden. It was as if a strong stench of blood was being exuded from Su Zimo, causing one's heart to palpitate. To the Great Yu Prince, the frail scholar in his eyes had suddenly turned into a mighty fiend celestial that had emerged from hell, trampling over mountains of corpses and bloodied oceans, with a repressive aura. His heart almost popped out of his throat from the shock of meeting Su Zimo's gaze. Clang! Clang! The guards beside the Great Yu Prince stood forward instinctively, unsheathing the sharp blades around their waist as they glared at Su Zimo nervously and cautiously. Suddenly, the mountain that they were standing on quaked and an ancient aura dissipated, revealing a cave abode on the middle of the mountain. The eyes of many cultivators lit up. The seal had dissipated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many cultivators summoned their flying swords and soared into the skies. There were more than 1,000 of them as they sped towards the cave abode in a dense pack. Those who entered the cave abode first naturally had the advantage to obtain the treasures before the others. Su Zimo retracted his gaze and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He turned to Ji Yaoshua and everyone else, waving his hand. "Let's go!" The Great Yu Prince looked hateful as he ordered coldly, "Let's fight for the treasure first. We'll deal with this person later." Bang! The cultivators who arrived at the cave abode first struck and shattered the entrance. Amidst the rolling dust, everyone rushed inside. Chapter 352 Quasi-Khanate Spirit Weapon. Chapter 352 Quasi-Khanate Spirit Weapon. Inside the cave abode, an ancient aura gushed out, and the only things that could be seen were 5 dark tunnels leading deep into the unknown. The cultivators who entered the cave abode paused, looking hesitant. All 5 tunnels looked identical, and nobody knew which one would lead to a meridian unlocking elixir or other treasures at the end. They could only try their luck. However, if they chose the wrong tunnel, there was a high chance they would return with nothing. They only had one chance. Many cultivators hesitated for a moment before choosing a tunnel to rush inside. The Great Yu cultivators entered, marching neatly and disciplined. A single look could tell that they were iron-blooded warriors. Split into 5 teams and enter the different tunnels. Return here immediately if you find nothing. The Great Yu Prince's voice rang. Understood. The Great Yu cultivators replied in unison. Ji Yaoshua and the others instinctively looked at Su Zimo. Unknowingly, he was long regarded as the commander of the expedition by everyone. The safest way would naturally be to split up like the Great Yu dynasty. That way, the chances of them finding treasures would increase as well. However, there were only 11 of them. Once they separated, their strength would be divided and they could be easily killed given the chaotic situation. A look of determination flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "We'll split up. I'll take the second tunnel from the left alone while the 10 of you choose another tunnel." Even if he was alone, Su Zimo was confident that he could escape unscathed. Among the 10 people of Ji Yaoshua's group, most of them were at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment and Ji Qingtian was at 6. Furthermore, Night Spirit would be with them and they would be able to defend themselves if they met with danger. Su Xiaoning closed her eyes and sensed her surroundings before saying suddenly, "Let's take the 4th tunnel from the right." Along the journey, Su Xiaoning rarely spoke nor gave suggestions. Her sudden decision surprised everyone. Ji Yaoshua pondered for a while before nodding. "We'll listen to Xiaoning. She's the only elixir refinement master among us." She paused for a moment before turning to Su Zimo with a worried expression. "Be careful too, Zimo." "Don't worry. I'll look for you guys as soon as possible." After saying that, he patted Night Spirit on the head and sped towards the 2nd tunnel in a flash. Ji Yaoshua and the others followed suit and rushed towards the 4th tunnel. In the blink of an eye, the hall of the cave abode was empty, leaving only a mess. Even though the cave abode had 5 tunnels, there were even more cultivators who had entered, and each tunnel had more than 200 cultivators in them. Condensing his ethereal wings, Su Zimo sped forward and overtook a group of cultivators before long. Bang! Boom! Bang! There was a loud crash ahead. Su Zimo looked over and saw that there was a stone chamber at the end of the tunnel. The cultivators who had arrived first were already working together to break the door. However, the stone door was extremely thick and shone with a metallic luster. Even after countless years, it did not corrode and was still indestructible. Against the impact of many spirit arts and weapons, the stone door shook endlessly and dust fell. However, it refused to go down. Splash! Bang! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a tsunami wave mixed with rolling thunder could be heard above the heads of the cultivators, echoing in a terrifying manner. Right after, a figure flew past their head and crashed against the stone door heavily. Bang! There was a deafening noise. Under countless frightful gazes, the thick stone door was shattered by that figure and crumbled on the spot into a pile of rubble. Pissed, the cultivators gasped. Was that even a human? After smashing the stone door, Su Zimo entered the chamber without hesitation. It was a spirit weapon chamber. The stone chamber was extremely spacious, and there was a crack as thick as an arm on the ceiling. It crossed the entire room, and one could see the skies outside that was gradually darkening. There were many spirit weapons in the stone chamber. Most of them were flying swords, but there were also armors, shields, and other defensive spirit weapons. They were mostly scattered on aged stone racks. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. When the cultivators rushed in and caught sight of the spirit weapons, their eyes reddened slightly with greed. Snatch! Without any hesitation, the cultivators started fighting for the spirit weapons on the stone racks. 3 superior grade spirit weapons. Ha ha ha! This is a supreme grade flying sword. The heavens are on my side. Su Zimo was calm and unhurried. His eyes were clear and shone with a glint as he swept his gaze across the spirit weapons on the stone rack. To be fair, he did not have much of an interest towards spirit weapons. That was unless they were perfect grade or the legendary connate spirit weapons. However, the chances of him coming across a connate spirit weapon in a cave abode at the borders of the ancient battlefield was extremely slim. Su Zimo was merely looking around to see if there were any perfect spirit weapons. All of a sudden, His gaze landed on a gigantic, dark bough. The bough was placed in a corner and looked extremely ordinary and inconspicuous. However, it was almost night outside and the moon was hanging high in the sky. The cool and gentle moonlight shone through the crack on the ceiling and spilled onto the gigantic, dark bough. A ray of moonlight slid down the curve of the bough, revealing that there was no dust on it at all. Sue Zimo's eyes lit up. Swash! With a swift motion, he sprinted towards the corner. Lifting the gigantic bough in the blink of an eye, he injected spirit energy into it. Bam! The bough quivered and let out a trembling sound that rattled one's heart. 5 beams of spirit light shone on the gigantic bough. 5 spirit patterns. It was a perfect spirit weapon. Sue Zimo was elated. There were 3 small words etched inside the bough. Moon concealment bough. Right after, Sue Zimo's heart stirred as he exclaimed softly. Behind the 3 words was a faint spirit pattern that emitted a soft glow. It was barely discernible against the 5 spirit patterns. This is a Khanate spirit pattern. Sue Zimo was shocked. He finally understood the crack on the ceiling of the stone chamber existed. The direction of the crack was aligned to the moon's trajectory. Every night, moonlight would spill onto this gigantic bough, nourishing it. In the ancient battlefield where the spirit chi was so rich, there could only be a single reason why the owner of the cave abode did this. He was trying to make use of the moon essence and the ancient spirit chi to create a Khanate spirit weapon. However, it was a pity that the Khanate spirit pattern was not fully formed and could only be considered as half-nourished. The moon concealment bough could only be considered as a quasi-Khanate spirit weapon. Suddenly, Sue Zimo felt a sense of danger as he sensed scorching gazes piercing his back. The stone chamber seemed to have gone quiet all of a sudden. The 5 spirit lights emanating from the moon concealment bough were completely exposed to the other cultivators, attracting everyone's attention. A perfect spirit weapon. A treasure that even golden cores would bleed for. No one spoke, and everyone's breathing became heavier. Chapter 353, Might of Moon Concealment. Chapter 353, Might of Moon Concealment. Kill. Finally, some of the cultivators could not hold back anymore and struck, conjuring hand seals and pointing towards Sue Zimo. Swoosh! A fiery fireball flew over. Clang! Clang! The sound of swords clanging rang as countless spirit lights flashed. In the blink of an eye, the stone chamber was filled with sword chi that were all directed towards a single person, Sue Zimo. The cultivators who struck came from different factions and sections. However, all of them had a tacit understanding at that moment. To them, even a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator would die without a doubt against such furious attacks. The fiery fireball shot by, and the air crackled from the heat. Bang! Suddenly, Sue Zimo extended his palm and trails of lightning wrapped around his arm as he grabbed the incoming fireball. His palm was unharmed. Spirit arts of that level could not threaten Sue Zimo at all. Perhaps he might have been more concerned if they were cast by a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. When the cultivators saw that, their pupils constricted. Right after, everyone's vision blurred. Sue Zimo had already vanished from where he was. Bang! 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 A bloody path appeared within the crowd as people were knocked away by a tremendous force, turning into blood mists. Some of them smashed against the stone walls, bleeding from head to toe with broken bones. Some of them were ruptured before they could even react and died on the spot. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Sue Zimo had already charged into the crowd. Within a stone chamber as such, Sue Zimo's melee combat strength was thoroughly maximized. A great yew cultivator on the left slashed over. Sue Zimo sidestepped and threw out a punch, striking his enemy right in the chest. Snap! The person's chest sank in, and a bone-crushing sound could be heard. Flying from the spot, the person's eyes dimmed, and he died on the spot. Suddenly, Su-Zimo retreated furiously, focusing his strength on his back. He leaned backwards with an explosive force. A cultivator behind him was sent flying and exploded into a blood mist in midair. Su-Zimo's footsteps changed continuously, and he took another sidestep. Ramming his knees straight, he zigzagged forward and trampled a cultivator into two. Mountain Reliance, Sanguine Ape-Fist Seal, and Divine Steed Dismemberment were all killing moves of the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. Anyone who was struck was bound to die. All of those moves were cultivated in life and death situations, nourished through the baptism of blood, and each of them exemplified the maximum prowess of their respective demon kings. Su-Zimo tossed and turned in the crowd, and with every step he took, chaos ensued. He barged left and right with a torrential aura, and no one was a match for him at all. All of a sudden, Su-Zimo's mind flashed with a warning within that extremely chaotic battlefield. A barely perceptible sound pierced towards the back of his head. Su-Zimo would not have heard it if he had not cleared his ear orifices. Without thinking twice, he released ethereal wings and soared into the air while curling into a ball. Swoosh! 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 A streak of blue light shot past Su-Zimo's feet, giving off a pungent stench. It was a chain of needles as thick as a cow's hair. Oh, it's poisoned! Su-Zimo narrowed his eyes. If it was any ordinary poison, Su-Zimo would have nothing to fear. His spirit perception did not warn him at all, even when he was tainted with the blood of the Blood Centipede King. However, his spirit perception gave off a warning against this chain of bright blue poison needles. The poison was either so strong that even his bloodline could not endure it, or it had to be very famous. Before Su-Zimo could finish that thought, the poison needles landed in the crowd and struck a few cultivators who did not manage to dodge in time. Their expressions changed, and their foreheads turned black instantly. Before they could take a few steps, they turned black from head to toe and collapsed to the ground, dying from the poison. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. What a strong poison! Su-Zimo swept his gaze across the crowd and could not help but frown when he could not find the perpetrator. Mystify. Suddenly, he extended his arm and a ball of lightning condensed in his palm. The ball exploded in front of everyone in a blinding manner. Thunder rumbled and echoed back and forth within that stone chamber, turning increasingly clear and deafening. The thunder art of the Void Thunder Manual could make use of the explosiveness of thunder to blind the 5 senses of a cultivator. Worried about the safety of Ji Yaoshue and the others, Su-Zimo had no intention of getting held back by the cultivators in the stone chamber. Furthermore, there was even a cultivator that was like a viper hidden in the midst. With the help of Mystify, he charged out of the stone chamber in a flash and sped out the tunnel he came from. Chase, he has a perfect spirit weapon. We can't let him run just like that. Many cultivators adapted through Mystify and shouted together, riding on the flying swords as they chased through the tunnel. In the crowd, a skinny man that looked extremely ordinary glared at Su-Zimo's back view. A cold light flashed through his eyes, and he followed the others in the pursuit. Within the tunnel, flying swords and spirit arts were shot out continuously. Su-Zimo was extremely annoyed. Suddenly, he recalled the quasi-connate spirit weapon he had just obtained and retrieved the moon concealment bow from his storage bag. Arrow, load, and strung bow like a full moon. The entire action was done in one go, and the 5 spirit patterns on the moon concealment bow shone with a cold and gentle gleam, resembling a full moon. Sure. 3 arrows shot out in succession, but there was only a single sound streaking through the void. The cultivator at the front of the chase was a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. When he saw Su-Zimo load the arrow, he was already prepared and crushed a protection talisman instantly. Poof! There was a crisp sound. The moment the protection talisman was formed, it was pierced by an arrow. That person's head was pierced as well and exploded on the spot. A cultivator behind the person was totally unprepared and was struck by the arrow, which still had momentum, falling from midair. Confident of his heavy armor, a great yew cultivator did not reduce his speed while injecting spirit energy furiously, causing his armor to shine with 3 spirit lights. It was a superior grade defensive spirit weapon. Poof! An arrow tore through the air and pierced the person's armor instantly. The person's heart protecting mirror shattered and a bloodied hole appeared in his chest where blood spurted out. Taking a few more steps forward, that person landed heavily on the ground with widened eyes, unable to die in peace. Su Zimo was secretly shocked at the sight. The might of the moon concealment bow was astonishing, and it could even destroy the defense of a superior grade spirit weapon with ease. Its killing potential was even greater than Blood Quencher. There was no wonder why it was a quasi-connate spirit weapon. With 3 arrows, 5 cultivators, including a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, were already killed. The cultivators who were hot on Su Zimo's tail slowed down immediately as no one wanted to run in front. If the green-robed cultivator ahead were to turn back and fire a couple more arrows in this narrow tunnel, they were bound to die as they were all squeezed with nowhere to hide. With that delay, Su Zimo had already run further and further. Returning to the hall of the cave abode, Su Zimo looked around, but he did not find Ji Yaoshue and the others. Instead, he saw quite a number of cultivators coming forth from the other tunnels, heading into the 4th tunnel from the left. That was the tunnel that Ji Yaoshue and the others had chosen. I heard it's an elixir chamber at this side, and there's a Meridian unlocking elixir. Hurry! We'll miss it if we're too late. When he heard those comments, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from the depths of that tunnel, chilling as though it was a god of war from hell. Night Spirit! Su Zimo narrowed his gaze. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the 4th tunnel in a flash. Chapter 354. Let's see who dares to move. Chapter 354. Let's see who dares to move. Cultivators rushed into the 4th tunnel continuously, all of their eyes red with excitement. The Meridian unlocking elixir was only effective when consumed for the first time. Even in the ancient era, it was an extremely rare item that was difficult to refine and was offered by super sects to their legacy disciples as rewards. They found Meridian unlocking elixirs in there. I heard that there's 3. That's too little. There's nothing we can do about it. Unless it's the ruins of a great sect, there's no way there would be so many Meridian unlocking elixirs. It's already extremely lucky to find 3 Meridian unlocking elixirs in this cave abode left behind by a golden core. There were hundreds of cultivators gathered outside the elixir chamber, and their numbers were rising. Ji Yaoshue, the great Zhou dynasty, won't be able to hold onto the 3 Meridian unlocking elixirs. I advise all of you to know what's good for you. The great Yew Prince's voice sounded. That's right. Hand the Meridian unlocking elixirs over. Some cultivators shouted. In the depths of the elixir chamber, Ji Yaoshue and the others were huddled in a defensive formation. They looked grim, and there were corpses around them. Buzz! The wings behind Ji Qingtian flapped, and his supreme grade flying sword circled around him, shining with bedazzling spirit lights as it hummed. He surveyed the surroundings and said in a deep voice, "You'll have to ask my sword if you want the elixirs." Even though he said that, Ji Qingtian was nervous internally and his palms were sweating. The situation was extremely unfavorable for them. The 3 Meridian unlocking elixirs instantly turned Ji Yaoshue and everyone else into public enemies. If not for Ji Qingtian and Night Spirit's consecutive attacks that cleanly killed off some of the cultivators that attacked them, they might have already been drowned in the chaos. Fu. The great Yew Prince chuckled. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to act tough. There's hundreds of us here. You guys will die soon enough with just a single sword strike from each of us. But none of you will be able to escape unscathed as well." Even though Ji Yaoshua was a woman, there was a sharp and murderous look on her face, showing her resolve. There was no way anyone would hand over the meridian unlocking elixirs that they have obtained. The reason why the other cultivators had not attacked was because they were wary of Ji Qingtian, who was in midair, and Night Spirit on the ground. However, as time passed by, the cultivators gathered outside increased, and the patience of the cultivators here was running out. All of them looked menacing and conjured hand seals while summoning their flying swords. They could strike at any moment. The great Yu Prince swept his gaze past Ji Yaoshua, Lung Ro, and Su Xiaoning before laughing coldly. "Three beauties. I really can't bear to trample on you guys as such. You had better know your place, or I won't be able to protect you as well once the fight breaks out. Fufu. This is a feud between the Great Zhou and Great Yu dynasties. Some cultivators. I'm advising you not to be used as a weapon." Ji Yaoshua ignored the Great Yu Prince and looked at the other cultivators, trying to make some of them back off. The Great Yu Prince snorted coldly with a vicious glint in his eyes before declaring loudly, "Everyone, blood must be spilled if you want the elixirs. Meridian unlocking elixirs are getting rarer these days. Right now, there's 3 of them here. May they end up in the hands of the strongest ones." With that said, he waved his arm and shouted coldly, "Kill!" Boom! That command lit up the flames of war as a roar erupted from the crowd. Hundreds of cultivators conjured hand seals and pointed their fingers towards Ji Yaoshua and the rest. The spirit arts rained down like a torrential rain, sweeping over in an encompassing blanket of light. The spirit chi within the elixir chamber surged instantly, almost turning corporeal. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword chi tore through the air and came one after another. Hundreds and thousands of sword lights flashed, beaming forth with an endless brightness as the temperature within the elixir chamber dipped all of a sudden. These were absolutely devastating attacks. At that moment, even Ji Qingtian, who was at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, looked somewhat pale. The situation before him was much more treacherous than when they were surrounded by the Great Xia and Great Shang dynasties 10 days ago. Ji Yaoshua and the others hurried and crushed their protection talismans. Lung Ro poured out all the defensive talismans from her storage bag and cast them out at one go. Dozens of talismans formed layers of barriers around them. This was the strength of a talisman master. While they were not considered strong in head-on combats, if they had sufficient talismans, they could kill foes of even higher cultivation realms by overwhelming them with offensive and defensive talismans. Bang, bang, bang. The spirit arts slammed against the talisman barriers and let out a huge boom. With hundreds of cultivators attacking at the same time, the amount of burst power was too much, and Lung Ro's talisman barriers disintegrated one after another. Dozens of great Yu cultivators clad in heavy armor rushed towards Ji Yaoshua's group, wielding steel sabers. In the crowd, some body-tempered cultivators were rapidly approaching as well. All of a sudden, a shadow darted by, dashing towards the incoming great Yu cultivators like a ghost in the night. It was Night Spirit. 10 sharp claws extended silently, shimmering with a cold glint as they reached out for the throats of 2 cultivators. With a thud, their throats were mangled and filled with blood. They fell dead on the spot. Night Spirit's whip-like tail waved around the crowd, ripping apart the bodies of a few cultivators, and the sharp spike on its tip only stopped after it penetrated the heads of 2 cultivators. Roar! Lowering its head, Night Spirit opened its bloodied mouth and let out a deafening roar. It revealed its ferocious fangs and looked like it was ready to pounce. The entire elixir chamber shook as dust drifted down. Ah! 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 Many cultivators cried out in pain as they stopped to cover their ears, subconsciously. Some of the cultivators laid out protection talisman barriers beforehand, but everything shattered from the sound. A row of cultivators standing closest to Night Spirit had their eyes bulge out with veins as fresh blood seeped from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. They were bleeding from all orifices. The light in the eyes of those cultivators dimmed as they collapsed limply on the floor. They were shocked to death by Night Spirit's voice. Many cultivators were shocked when they saw this. Right after, Night Spirit returned to Su Xiaoning's side and surveyed its surroundings coldly, guarding her carefully. Buzz! An imperceptible ripple appeared in the void, as though it was the surface of a shimmering lake, and pierced into the crowd. Ethereal sword, void level. Poof! A cultivator's head was pierced, and he died on the spot. Ji Yaoshue, Little Fatty, and the others struck as well. In the blink of an eye, the Great Yu dynasty lost dozens of cultivators, and a look of hatred flashed through the prince's eyes. However, he gathered his spirits and yelled, "Everyone hold steady! There's only 10 of them. There's no need for us to fear that demon beast if we work together." In that exchange of blows, Lung Ro's dozens of talisman barriers were already disintegrated. Although Ji Yaoshue and the rest were fine, and they managed to get some counter-kills with the help of Night Spirit, the number of opposing cultivators was increasing. As long as their enemies worked together, they were bound to be severely injured or dead. Against such intense attacks, even Night Spirit might not be able to protect Su Xiaoning completely. Kill them. The Great Yu Prince raised his hand and hollered, "Let's see who dares to move." Suddenly, a frosty voice sounded from behind the crowd. Immediately after, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air at an extremely fast speed arrived, as a chilling aura that rattled one's heart accompanied it. Chapter 355 Shocked Crowd. Chapter 355 Shocked Crowd. In a chaotic battlefield with hundreds of cultivators, no one would stop just because someone asked them to. Within the crowd, there were still some cultivators who summoned their flying swords and conjured hand seals. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A loud sound tore through the void at an extremely fast speed, and a few cold lights flashed. The arrows arrived before the person did. Poof, poof, poof. With a few crisp sounds, blood flashed. The few cultivators had just conjured their spirit arts and summoned their flying swords. However, their heads were pierced, and they died on the spot before they could even make their moves. "Who's there?" The crowd exploded, and a series of shouts rang out. Swoosh! A green shadow darted over as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he crossed everyone's head and charged into the elixir chamber, descending slowly in front of Ji Yaoshue and the rest. "You again." The Great Yu Prince's face darkened when he caught sight of Su Zimo. However, he gloated internally the next moment. In this situation, anyone who came would die. The Great Yu Prince refused to believe that this frail-looking, green-robed cultivator could salvage this situation. They had hundreds and thousands of Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Even a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator might not be able to escape unscathed. Su Zimo swept his gaze and was only relieved when he saw that Ji Yaoshue and the rest were not injured. "Zimo, watch out. There are at least a dozen or so 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators on the other side," Ji Yaoshue whispered to remind him. Right then, the cultivators pursuing from the spirit weapon chamber had caught up as well, glaring at Su Zimo with caution and indignance. Among them, a Great Yu cultivator pointed at Su Zimo while panting. "Your Highness, that person took away a perfect spirit weapon from the spirit weapon chamber. It's that bow in his hands. A perfect spirit weapon." Upon hearing those words, the eyes of many cultivators lit up and countless gazes locked onto the long bow in Su Zimo's hands greedily. Good, good. 3 Meridian unlocking elixirs, and a perfect spirit weapon. The great Yu Prince clapped and smiled. His smile turned increasingly sinister, and his voice was chillingly cold. Let's see how many lives the great Zhou dynasty has to spare. What a coincidence. Su Zimo smiled indifferently. I would like to see how many lives you guys can take as well. Right after he said that, Su Zimo's eyes shone with a cold glint. Unknowingly, a long arrow had appeared in his palm and was loaded on the bowstring. The moon concealment bow shone brightly. Swoosh! Tearing through the air, the long arrow stabbed towards the great Yu Prince's head with an instant cold light. Not good. Be careful, Your Highness. No one had expected that Su Zimo would take the initiative so fearlessly in the face of hundreds of menacing Foundation establishment cultivators. How daring did he have to be? What was even more frightening was that the arrow was too fast and powerful that it could not be dodged at all. Blood drained from the great Yu Prince's face. A great Yu guard leaped in front of the great Yu Prince, whipping out a gigantic steel shield that landed on the ground with a boom. Clang! A circular hole appeared on the surface of the steel. The arrow pierced the shield and the person's head, slamming heavily into the great Yu Prince's chest before stopping and falling to the ground. Snap! A series of cracks rippled through the heart, protecting mirror at the great Yu Prince's chest as well. Swoosh! Before the great Yu Prince could react, another chilling sound shot out, as though the air was being torn apart. A second arrow. Clang! Two great Yu guards were the first to react as they pulled out their sabers and defended against the arrow. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard as sparks flew. The two great Yu guards shuddered and their palms cracked. Yelling in pain, their sabers flew from their hands. Swoosh! The arrow pierced the great Yu Prince's chest once more. Even though most of its power was reduced because of the two guards, the heart-protecting mirror at his chest was still shattered. Swoosh! Once again, the sound of an arrow tearing through air reverberated without giving the great Yu Prince a chance to breathe. While the two consecutive arrows did not manage to injure the great Yu Prince, he was already scared out of his wits. At that moment, the great Yu Prince had just summoned his flying sword and was about to soar into the air to escape. Suddenly, a cold light appeared before his eyes, growing larger by the moment. The great Yu Prince sensed a hint of death. Right in front of everyone, he had just leaped up when the cold light pierced through his chest. It came out from his back and was embedded heavily on the stone wall nearby. Droplets of blood dripped from the quivering tip of the arrow. The eyes of the great Yu Prince dimmed, and he was already dead by the time he fell to the ground. That arrow had not only pierced the great Yu Prince's body, its powerful impact had even ruptured his organs and stole away every single bit of life in him. A 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was dead within 3 arrows. Bastard, how dare you! Another great Yu cultivator spun around with reddened eyes, wanting to charge forward with all his might. However, Su Zimo said nothing and had already loaded another arrow. With a swoosh, the man fell to the ground as the arrow pierced his body, as well as 2 great Yu cultivators behind him. Another 3 men were dead. You! Another great Yu cultivator had just spoken. Raising his head, Su Zimo fired another arrow. That person was prepared and crushed a protection talisman instantly. Poof! The barrier formed by the protection talisman dispersed, and the person fell to the ground with a hole on his face. He was dead on the spot. In the blink of an eye, almost all the great Yu cultivators were killed by a few arrows from Su Zimo. Standing at the front, Su Zimo wielded the moon concealment bow with his left hand and scanned his surroundings. His gaze burned furiously as he commented indifferently, "I'll take the life of anyone who moves." Pissed, all the cultivators gasped and their gazes flickered as their impression of Su Zimo changed slowly. Everyone thought that the green-robed cultivator seemed extremely frail and weak. However, he was merely standing among the crowd with a gigantic bow right now, and yet hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators did not dare to move recklessly at all. "I'll take the life of anyone who moves." His tone was calm, but it was unquestionable. The cultivators understood that if they attacked at the same time, the green-robed cultivator wouldn't be able to kill everyone no matter how accurate his arrows were and how strong he was. That man would definitely die. However, everyone also realized that the green-robed cultivator possessed the strength to kill each and every one of them. Even 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators might not be able to escape unscathed. No one dared to make the first move. Hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators were shocked, and none of them dared move against a single man and his bow. Right then, a cultivator yelled, "That person has another perfect spirit weapon in his possession. It's a blood-colored saber." "That's right. We saw it with our own eyes." Someone else replied, "2 perfect spirit weapons." The crowd was in an uproar. Su Zimo turned his gaze to those who spoke and understood instantly. They were cultivators of the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties. 10 days ago, the 2 dynasties were defeated. These were the cultivators who had managed to escape, and they were here as well, separated and hidden among the crowd. "Fellow Taoists, there's a few hundred of us here. How strong can that bow in his hands be?" "That's right. We don't have to be frightened by him. I heard that he's the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou, and there are many supreme-grade spirit weapons in his storage bag. If we kill him, everything will belong to us." Upon hearing those words, the cultivators who were initially hesitant and wanted to retreat were once again filled with murderous intent. The crowd turned restless. Chapter 356. Are you looking for me? Chapter 356. Are you looking for me? 2 perfect spirit weapons, 3 Meridian unlocking elixirs, and many more supreme-grade spirit weapons were more than enough for the cultivators to lose their minds. If we take action, there will definitely be cultivators who will perish under his bow. As long as it's not me, I'll have a chance to obtain the perfect spirit weapon and the Meridian unlocking elixirs. That bow can load up to 10 arrows at most, while we have hundreds and thousands of cultivators. How many can he kill? The cultivators were all tempted and harbored designs. A skinny cultivator was hidden in the darkness, glaring at Su Zimo with a venomous gaze. A blue glint shimmered between his fingers. A murderous intent started spreading through the stone chamber. "Kill!" In the crowd, someone shouted and ignited the flames of war. Su Zimo shot out an arrow in the direction of the voice without even taking a look, killing a Great Xia cultivator that was hidden in the crowd instantly. Many flying swords tore through the void with sharp intents, and spirit chi surged within the stone chamber as spirit arts burst forth. Su Zimo did not retreat nor dodge. His eyes lit up as he slapped his storage bag, and 18 flying swords appeared instantly. The swords quivered and shone with spirit lights before speeding off, leaving sword scars in the void as a formation light was triggered. Right after, the 18 flying swords gathered together with their tips pointing outwards in unison, forming a gigantic sword-shaped circular disc. 18 rays of sword chi were released like a blazing sun and was extremely dazzling. It was the candlelight sword formation. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang as many superior-grade flying swords collided against the candlelight sword formation and were repelled. They stabbed into the stone chamber's walls and quivered endlessly. "That person's a sword formation master." 18 supreme-grade flying swords. There must be even more treasures in his storage bag. What a strong sword formation. The cultivators yelled nonstop. "Go!" Su Zimo pointed forward, and a gigantic sword-shaped, blazing sun crushed towards the crowd. The swords glowed coldly, and shadows flew all over the place. A accompanied by a striking blood mist. The massacre had begun. When he was at 3 Foundation establishment, Su Zimo's candlelight sword formation could already kill 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Now that he had unlocked his 4th spirit meridian, his spirit energy was even richer and the might of the candlelight sword formation was even stronger. Although the cultivators before him were the geniuses from various sects and factions within Tianhuang mainland, none of them could withstand the might of candlelight. Ah, ah, ah! Tragic cries sounded from the crowd. Clang! At the same time, Su Zimo put away his moon concealment bow and retrieved a gigantic, blood-colored saber from his storage back, slashing in reverse. Clang! 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 The incoming flying swords were shattered by Blood Quencher on the spot, scattering to the ground. Supreme-grade spirit weapons were the only items able to defend against Blood Quencher's sharpness right now. Splash! Bang! Boom! Boom! Su Zimo channeled his bloodline, and his body let out the terrifying sound of tsunami gushing mixed with thunder rumbling and the sinister sound of tigers and leopards. Gripping Blood Quencher with one hand, he pointed to the group of cultivators and yelled, "This is the perfect spirit weapon, Blood Quencher! Let's see who can take it alive." Many cultivators were completely stunned by Su Zimo's methods and fell silent. Attack! At the same time, Ji Yaoshua commanded. Everyone from Ethereal Peak attacked in succession, assisting Su Zimo. Boom! Su Zimo entered the stance of Plow Heaven Stride and took a step forward. Stamping on the ground with one foot, an echo shook the entire elixir chamber as though it could collapse at any moment. Many cultivators lost their footing and almost fell to the ground. Bursting into laughter, Su Zimo had already charged into the crowd, wielding Blood Quencher with immense momentum. The blade swung and cleaved left and right. No one could survive a single exchange against Su Zimo. Blood Quencher was mighty to begin with. Even body-tempered cultivators such as Little Fatty and Shi Jian would not be able to lift Blood Quencher given its weight. Coupled with Su Zimo's strong physique and terrifying bloodline, Blood Quencher was practically a weapon of mass destruction with frightening killing potential when it was swung in the crowd. Let's see where you guys can run to. Su Zimo barged into the crowd and focused his attention on the cultivators of Great Shang and Great Xia. No matter who was in front of him, they would be sent flying with a single strike. Anyone touched by Blood Quencher would be severely injured, if not dead. The survivors of the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties were initially well hidden within the crowd. However, Su Zimo located them in the blink of an eye and killed them on the spot. Many cultivators were utterly defeated as broken limbs flew everywhere on the battlefield while fresh blood gushed out. The stone chamber was almost entirely dyed red. Even 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were helpless against Su Zimo. This was a one-sided defeat. At that moment, many cultivators were gradually realizing that only a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator or the successor of one of Tianhuang mainland's strongest factions could take on someone like Su Zimo. Everyone pushed, shoved, and shouted as they scurried towards the tunnel they came from. However, the entrance of the stone chamber was only so big and there was a limit to the number of cultivators the tunnel could hold. As such, the thousands of cultivators squeezed together in a chaotic manner. All of a sudden, a sense of danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. It's him again. He narrowed his gaze, and instantly, a murderous intent rose in his heart. In a flash, Su Zimo lowered his body and was almost stuck to the ground. He slithered into the crowd like a snake and disappeared. A blue light shot by the spot where Su Zimo disappeared from, flitting into the crowd. After 2 breaths, the faces of more than 10 cultivators in the crowd turned black as they fell to the ground silently, dead. In such a chaotic battlefield, it was no big deal for those few cultivators to die. Before long, Their figures were drowned by more cultivators rushing from the back, and no one paid attention to them. In a corner, a skinny man hid amongst the crowd. While he looked like he was escaping, his gaze was actually fixed in the crowd, seemingly looking for something. "Is he already dead?" The skinny man mumbled softly with a confused expression. The crowd had blocked his line of view for a brief moment earlier on, and he seemed to have caught sight of the green-robed cultivator falling after he attacked. Logically, that man should have been dead after being struck by his soul-seeking needle. However, the skinny man searched continuously but could not find any traces of the green-robed cultivator's corpse. Could his body have been shifted because of the crowd? Frowning tightly, the skinny man felt that there was something amiss. Not far away, a green-robed figure was sprawled on the ground within the chaotic crowd, slithering and approaching at an extremely fast speed, using all four limbs. As the skinny man frowned in his thoughts, his vision blurred, and a green figure stood up from the ground right in front of him, blocking his line of sight. "Are you looking for me?" An ice-cold voice rang beside the skinny man's ears, carrying a chilling killing intent that caused his heart to sink. Chapter 357, Poison Sect. Chapter 357, Poison Sect. A look of panic flickered through the skinny man's eyes. However, he returned to normal in an instant, and spirit energy surged furiously within him as he raised his palm, revealing 6 spirit meridians that shone beneath his robes. A blood-red powder was thrown out, spreading instantly with a refreshing fragrance. Suzimo felt his head spin, and his heart skipped a beat. He activated his bloodline, which churned rapidly inside him, and the spinning sensation disappeared immediately. At the same time, a warning flashed in his mind. Squatting down, he curled into a ball right away. The moment Suzimo squatted down, a cold light flashed above his head. He saw everything clearly. It was a long, pitch-black steel needle that was hidden within the blood-red powder and was completely undetectable. In reality, the blood-red powder was extremely toxic by itself, and most cultivators would not have been able to survive it. No matter how strong and terrifying their physiques and bloodlines were, their heads would spin, and they would lose their consciousness soon after breathing it in. During that period of time, the steel needle that was hidden in the powder would be more than enough to pierce the head of the other party. That was the skinny man's killing move. In fact, he had already predicted that the blood-red powder would not have been able to hurt Suzimo. However, he did not expect Suzimo to snap out of it so quickly and squat down the moment he was sober to evade the killing move. That single exchange of blows was already filled with peril within. Right after squatting down, Suzimo moved in, and killing intent shone in his eyes. He was in a pseudo-knelt stance with his arms propped up as though he was making a fruit offering. The moment he evaded the skinny man's killing move, Suzimo executed a killing move of his own. The skinny man's expression was unchanged as he leaped backwards while sending his heel forth to kick against Suzimo's hands. Suzimo frowned internally. Usually, he would definitely be fearless if his opponent chose to meet him head-on. Given his physique, he had absolute confidence of smashing the skinny man's feet with a single punch. However, for some unknown reason, Suzimo felt uneasy the moment the skinny man kicked out. Swoosh! Ethereal wings spread out behind Suzimo, and he soared into the air before the move was completely unleashed. All of a sudden, a faint green blade poked out from the man's heel, emitting a pungent smell with poison tainting its tip. While Suzimo could have destroyed the skinny man's soul with a single punch earlier on, he would have to be damaged by the poisoned blade in return. Suzimo realized that the man was filled with poison from head to toe and must not be touched. Clang! Hovering in midair, Suzimo retrieved blood quencher from his storage bag. Descending from the skies like a god, he hollered with a torrential killing intent. Die! Swash! Blood quencher slashed through the air, and its massive blood beam seemed to cut the entire elixir chamber in half. The skinny man was shocked as his vision was shrouded by the blood beam and he could barely see anything else. Slapping on his storage bag, the skinny man hurriedly retrieved a steel shield and injected spirit energy into it, causing it to expand above his head. Boom! The moment the shield was summoned, the blood beam arrived and collided against its surface heavily with a resounding bang. The shield shattered. With a thud, a shield shard stabbed into the skinny man's abdomen, almost penetrating through as blood gushed out. The skinny man staggered a few steps backwards before falling to the ground, his face pale as he watched Suzimo, who was approaching. A bitter look flashed through his eyes as he laughed sinisterly. "You can't kill me. I'm from the Poison Sect." Poison Sect? Suzimo arrived in front of the skinny man and looked down with a cold expression. Sensing no reaction from Suzimo, the skinny man laughed in a mocking manner. "From your reaction, I suppose you haven't heard of the Poison Sect." Suzimo replied indifferently, "You're right, I haven't indeed. However, I'd like to." "Huh." Laughing sinisterly, the skinny man said, "The Poison Sect is one of the 5 heretical doctrines. You won't be able to deal with the consequences of offending us. Let me remind you that I'm merely the weakest disciple of the Poison Sect. Otherwise, there's no reason why I would be roaming around the borders of the ancient battlefield." Demonist Ji had once told Suzimo that there were 9 top factions in Tianhuang, mainland and immortal. Buddhist and fiend sects were merely a part of them. Among the 9 factions, there were the unorthodox groups. The 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries. Right after them were the 5 heretical doctrines. In other words, the Poison Clan was one of the top sects in Tianhuang mainland. Typically, legacy disciples of these 9 great factions would not be found at the borders of the ancient battlefield. However, what the skinny man had said should be true. Even though his cultivation realm was not high, his methods were sinister, and he was filled with poison. Suzimo could die on the spot if he was careless given his current strength. 5 heretical doctrines, so what? Suzimo asked differently. The skinny man's expression changed. He could sense killing intent from Suzimo's calm voice. "I'll kill someone, even if they're from the immortal sects." Suzimo laughed coldly and swung his saber. The skinny man let out a miserable howl. "If you kill me, all of you will have to die on the ancient battlefield." The moment he said that, the skinny man's head was lopped into the air with blood gushing out. In that short while, the elixir chamber was left with nothing but corpses on the ground and the pathetic back views of all the other cultivators who had escaped. Although Ji Yaoshue and the rest had expended a lot of energy for another intense battle, they could not conceal the excitement in their eyes. The rewards of this battle were too great. Notwithstanding the hundreds of storage bags, they had even retained the 3 meridian unlocking elixirs. Ji Yaoshue handed a jade bottle to Suzimo with a smile. "Zimo, there are 3 meridian unlocking elixirs inside. Take one of them. Since Xiaoning was the one who discovered their existence initially, it's only right that she gets one. As for the last one, we'll give it to fellow Taoist Ji Qingtian. I'm sure no one has any objections towards the distribution." Suzimo received the jade bottle and opened it to take a look. A bitter herbal fragrance wafted out, causing the spirit energy in his meridians to rumble. The 3 meridian unlocking elixirs were not of high grades, 1 inferior and 2 middle grades. Pushing the jade bottle back, Suzimo said, "Put it away first. We'll talk about this later. First, let's tidy up our gains and leave this place." "All right." Ji Yaoshue nodded. Before long, everyone tidied everything and left the elixir chamber with Suzimo, returning to the hall of the cave abode. Suzimo looked at the 5 tunnels and pondered. If those 2 tunnels led to the spirit weapon and elixir chambers, the other 3 should lead to spirit arts, talismans, and secret array formation manuals. That's right, that should be the case. Ji Qingtian nodded in agreement. Ji Yaoshue frowned slightly. If that's the case, the other treasures should have been swept cleanly with so many cultivators rushing in at the start. There should be nothing left. Let's take a look, Su Zimo said and led the way. As he had expected, the other 3 tunnels led to Spirit Art, Talisman, and Array formation chambers. The Spirit Art and Talisman chambers were swiped cleanly by the many cultivators. However, it was very likely that the formation chamber was still intact. After all, there was an ancient formation set up at its entrance that had no signs of being dispelled. Chapter 358 Decision. Chapter 358 Decision. The formation in front of the stone chamber was initially complex and obscure. However, after all these years, it was now on the verge of collapsing. Su Zimo observed it for a moment and started to dispel the formation. By dawn, the ancient formation was finally dispelled as everyone cheered and followed Su Zimo inside. This stone chamber was much more spacious than the previous ones. Inside was a stone bed with a dried corpse sitting on it. The moment everyone entered the chamber, the movement of the air currents caused the corpse to turn into ash and scatter. Even golden cores could not withstand the corrosion of time, and there were no traces left. The stone chamber did not resemble a formation chamber, but the cultivation chamber of the golden core instead. There were a few racks on both sides of the stone bed with many ancient manuals, jade and secret scrolls, as well as jade bottles with elixirs in them. Su Zimo casually went forward and flipped through them. There were all sorts of items in the chamber, including talisman and elixir recipes, as well as secret formation manuals. Meridian unlocking elixir. Suddenly, Su Xiaoning's voice sounded with delight and excitement. Everyone turned over and saw her clutching a jade bottle tightly, her voice somewhat emotional. There's more Meridian unlocking elixirs inside. Ah, how many are there? Little Fatty and the rest asked hurriedly. Pausing for a moment, Su Xiaoning said slowly, 13. Haha, that's great. Si Yutong could not help but burst into laughter. If there were only 3 Meridian unlocking elixirs, he would not have been in line for one of them. Now that there were 13, he would get one no matter what. Junhao remained calm and lowered his head slightly with a cold glint in his eyes. Su Xiaoning continued. Furthermore, the Meridian unlocking elixirs in this jade bottle are of higher grades. 5 of them are superior grade and the rest are all middle grade. The other cultivators exchanged glances and smiled. This was a pleasant surprise. Including the 3 Meridian unlocking elixirs, previously they had a total of 16 and would have excess even after distributing to everyone. This meant that everyone could choose to cultivate in seclusion without taking the risk to look for treasures outside and just wait to return to the great Zhou dynasty a year later. In the ancient battlefield, the longer one spent outside, the easier it would be for them to meet with danger. They did not merely have to defend against the threat of birds, beasts, and ancient living beings, but also other sects and factions. Yet, all of those were gone for them right now. Su Zimo smiled faintly, seemingly distracted. Ji Yaoshue frowned slightly in deep thought when she saw Su Zimo smile. The timing for one to consume a Meridian unlocking elixir was rather particular. Typically, most cultivators would make use of the rich spirit chi of the ancient battlefield to cultivate and only consume the Meridian unlocking elixir after they unlocked their 6th spirit meridian, so as to attempt for the 7th. In their group, Ji Qingtian was the only 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator right now. However, Ji Qingtian held onto the Meridian unlocking elixir in his hands and contemplated for a long time. Instead of using it, he put it away. Su Zimo nodded in silent agreement when he saw that. It was clear that Ji Qingtian wanted to attempt to unlock the 7th spirit meridian with his own strength and leave the Meridian unlocking elixir to try and attempt for the 8th meridian. Naturally, there was no way Su Zimo was going to consume it as well. In part, it was because his cultivation realm was too low. It would be a waste of such a treasure if he were to consume it at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. At the same time, it was because the grade of the Meridian unlocking elixir was too low. Ever since he started cultivating, Su Zimo had rarely consumed elixirs, and they were all at perfect grade. Before entering the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo had already made up his mind that not only would he have to look for a Meridian unlocking elixir, he had to look for one at perfect grade. The reason why Foundation Establishment had its name was because it was the process of stabilizing the root of one's cultivation path. The finer the Foundation Establishment, the slimmer the chances of one encountering issues in the future of their cultivation. Su Zimo was an immortality and demonic cultivator to begin with, and his path was fraught with difficulties. He was not going to allow any blemishes to appear on it. The group had not slept for an entire day. Coupled with the fact that they had just experienced another intense battle, they were finally feeling the fatigue now that things had calmed down. Without a word, little Fatty looked for a corner to sleep. Shurjen scratched his head and looked for a corner to rest as well. "Take a rest first if you're tired." Su Zimo nodded and turned to leave. Looking at Su Zimo's back view, Jiaoxue pondered for a moment before following along. He left the cave abode and surveyed his surroundings before soaring into the air, only returning after circling the surroundings. Jiaoxue stood by the entrance of the cave abode and looked at Su Zimo, who had just returned. "What are you doing, Zimo?" Jiaoxue asked. Su Zimo smiled. "I took a look around and saw that this cave abode is located halfway up the mountain, and the slope is rather steep. As such, it's easy to defend and hard for anyone to attack us. There's even scars of formation patterns left behind which I can repair. This is an excellent place for cultivation and seclusion, and you guys can stay here in peace." Suddenly, Jiaoxue asked, "Zimo, where are you going?" "Ah." Su Zimo froze for a moment. He had not expected Jiaoxue to notice something amiss with his casual remark. She did not say anything, merely looking at Su Zimo silently with a slightly lowered head. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo gave a bitter smile. "I want to check out the depths of the ancient battlefield. We've got sufficient Meridian unlocking elixirs and can stay here to cultivate before returning to Great Zhou a year later. It's too dangerous to head into the depths of the ancient battlefield." Jiaoxue frowned. "Zimo, birds and beasts are not the only ferocious things in the depths of the ancient battlefield. The cultivators there are extremely strong, and they can kill people beyond their cultivation realms. Furthermore, there are many top factions and successors of supersections. If you're alone..." Although Jiaoxue did not continue, deep worry could be seen from her eyes. Su Zimo faked a relaxed smile. "It's fine. If I can't defeat them, I'll be able to escape given my strength." The matter about the Meridian unlocking elixirs was not something he could explain simply. Moreover, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that he would still head into the depths of the ancient battlefield even without the allure of the Meridian unlocking elixirs. His nature was not that of a scholar, and his bloodline was filled with restlessness, a fearless bravado to continue moving forward. He wanted to check out how the so-called successors and legacy disciples of immortal, Buddhist, and top faction sects were like. Rather, Su Zimo wanted to have a good fight with those people. "I'll accompany you then." Jiaoxue said, "I'll be able to provide you with some help no matter what." "No." Decisively, Su Zimo shook his head and rejected her. "Yaoxue, there's no need for you to take the risk and head into the depths of the ancient battlefield with me. Cultivate here, and I'll return a year later." "Really?" Jiaoxue pouted slightly in disbelief. "Of course." Su Zimo smiled. "When are you leaving?" "A few days later, after I repair the ancient formations surrounding this cave abode." Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo retracted his smile and turned around with a stern expression. There's one more thing I have to remind you. There's a spy remaining among us. Ji Yaoshue's expression changed slightly. Who? It might be Junhao. No matter what, Junhao had not done anything bad right from the start, and Su Zimo could not kill him out of mere suspicion. Furthermore, Junhao had a special identity. He was Ji Yaoshue and Xiaoning's senior brother of the same sect. He just had to inform Ji Yaoshue about this so that she could watch out for him. Chapter 359, Xiantian City. Chapter 359, Xiantian City. Not long after Ji Yaoshue left, Night Spirit escorted Xiaoning over as Su Zimo repaired the array formations around the cave abode. "What's wrong?" he asked when he saw Xiaoning hesitant to speak, as though something was bothering her. She hesitated for a moment before taking out an ancient elixir furnace and frowned. "Brother, for some reason, this elixir furnace has been emitting heat ever since we entered the ancient battlefield." Su Zimo received the elixir furnace and touched it. Indeed, the elixir furnace was giving off a faint heat that was not too obvious. This was the elixir furnace, was the source of their feud with true fire sect back in the capital of Great Zhou. Ever since Xiaoning obtained that elixir furnace, she was able to focus with ease and reach her peak performance for elixir refinement. Back then, Su Zimo had already sensed that this elixir furnace had an extremely powerful background. From the looks of it, there was a high chance that this elixir furnace had something to do with the ancient battlefield. Returning the elixir furnace to Xiaoning, he asked, "Other than emit heat, is there anything else strange about it?" "Strange?" Su Xiaoning pondered for a moment before replying, "I haven't been sleeping well for the past few days. It feels as though there's something imperceptibly reaching out to me. Does that count?" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Can you sense what direction it's reaching out to you from?" "That way." Su Xiaoning pointed to the south with a firm tone. Nodding in reply, Su Zimo formed a plan. Since he was already planning on checking out the depths of the ancient battlefield, he might as well head along the direction that Xiaoning pointed out to see if he could uncover the secret behind the ancient elixir furnace. For the next 10-odd days, Su Zimo stayed in the last stone chamber alone for a couple of days after repairing the array formations outside before summoning everyone to the hall of the cave abode. "I plan to leave this place and check out the depths of the ancient battlefield." Su Zimo made a casual glance at Junhao after saying that. The latter's emotions could not be read. Ji Yaoshue and Su Xiaoning knew about this matter beforehand and naturally did not have much of a reaction. However, the others had varying reactions. Si Yutong was the first to leap out and object. "I'm definitely not going. Before entering the ancient battlefield, many seniors have advised me countless times not to enter the depths of the ancient battlefield. I'm not going to join your death wish. Mr. M.O., we have the terrain advantage here and the protection of the formations. Now that we've already obtained the meridian unlocking elixirs, we can just cultivate here in seclusion. There's no need for us to take the risk of exploring deep into the ancient battlefield." A great Zhou guard frowned and shook his head as well. "Brother Zimo is strong, and he's able to protect himself even in the depths of the ancient battlefield." Junhao stood up and sighed regrettably. "However, it's a pity that my strength is limited, so I can't join you." Su Zimo looked at Junhao silently with a fake smile before turning to the other cultivators. Ji Qingtian said in a deep voice, "Zimo, I'll join you." "Bro, me too." Little Fatty stood out hurriedly. Lung Ro nodded to Su Zimo as well. Shrugging, Shi Jian said with a silly smile, "I'll join you guys too." Another great Zhou guard frowned with a stern expression. "Everyone, you have to think this through properly. It is much more dangerous in the depths of the ancient battlefield than the borders. Every step will be filled with danger, and you'll most likely die. The cultivators there are at least at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment." Another person added, That's right. If you encounter a successor of one of the top factions, they can kill you guys single-handedly. For the past thousands of years, there has never been a cultivator who had entered the depths of the ancient battlefield and returned alive. Su Zimo cupped his fists. Thank you for your reminders, fellow Taoists, but I have already decided. In truth, everyone from Ethereal Peak knew that it was more dangerous deeper into the ancient battlefield. However, danger and opportunity was correlated. Furthermore, there was something more important for Ji Qingtian and the others. Before entering the ancient battlefield, the two peak masters, Lu Hui and Xian Yi, had already hinted to them that they should search for alternative tunnels to leave the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Tianhuang North region. Before long, Ji Qingtian, Leng Ro, Little Fatty, Xiaoning, Shi Jian, and Night Spirit arrived behind Su Zimo. The team of 11 people were now left with Ji Yaoxue and 2 great Zhou guards along with Jun Hao and Si Yutong. I've already repaired the array formations outside, and there are sufficient stone chambers. You guys can split up to cultivate. Su Zimo gazed deeply at Ji Yaoxue before leaving with Xiaoning and the rest. After Su Zimo and the others left, Ji Yaoxue said indifferently in a dejected manner, I'll be cultivating in seclusion from today on. Nobody should enter my cultivation chamber. With that said, she walked towards the stone chamber at the end of the 5th tunnel. There were 5 stone chambers in total, and Si Yutong chose one of them to begin his long cultivation as well. Jun Hao gazed at Ji Yaoxue's back view, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes as he smirked. After leaving the place, Su Zimo checked against the map and led everyone south. With Su Zimo and Night Spirit around, the journey was still relatively safe. However, as they ventured deeper, even Su Zimo was feeling a gradual sense of pressure. The strength of the ferocious beasts they encountered was getting stronger, and they were even ambushed by some other cultivators a couple of times. Apart from Su Zimo, almost everyone else was injured. Although they were of the same cultivation realm, the 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators they encountered in the depths of the ancient battlefield were much stronger than those at the borders. Even Ji Qingtian was beaten in a one-on-one fight despite possessing Ethereal Peak's 3 major secret skills. As for Su Zimo, the pressure on him was mounting. He could ensure the safety of the 6 of them at the borders of the ancient battlefield. But now he could only ensure 2 at most. They continued on the road for 10 days with barely any time to cultivate. Even though their cultivation realms were similar to before, Ji Qingtian and the others experienced significant growth in their strength due to the intense battles and brushes with death in those 10 days. That was a transformation that cultivation in seclusion could never achieve. 10 days later, an ancient city appeared on the horizon close to evening, as if an ancient beast was sprawled there. That was a place indicated on the map as a gathering spot, named Xiantian City. Cities that were left behind in the ancient battlefield were usually the biggest gathering spots, where cultivators of all factions gathered. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were worn out physically and mentally after being on the road for 10 days. Apart from Su Zimo, who was still brimming with energy without any signs of fatigue, the others bore injuries and were already at their limits. If they could not find a place to settle down before the sky turned dark, that would have been an arduous night for them. Along the way, Ji Qingtian and the others gradually viewed Su Zimo with increasing curiosity and respect. Be it at the borders of the ancient battlefield or deep inside, nobody could read Su Zimo's limits. That seemingly frail body of his seemed to possess limitless energy, and his vigor and endurance were shocking. The few of them knew that if not for Su Zimo, they would have died on the journey before they even saw Xiantian City. Chapter 360 Obstruction. Chapter 360 Obstruction. North Gate of Xiantian City. As the sky gradually darkened, there were almost no cultivators crossing the city gates by now. Anyone who dared to leave the city at this time was either fools who didn't know their places or peerless experts who were confident in their cultivation. By the time Suzimo and the others arrived at the city gates, 2 cultivators were pushing the tall and thick stone doors shut slowly. "Fellow Taoists, please hold on," Suzimo shouted hurriedly. If he wanted to enter the city, Suzimo could burst forth with ethereal wings or divine steed fleeting and make it through the gates before it closed. However, Ji Qingtian and the others could not do so. The few of them were physically and mentally exhausted after the battles along the way. There was no way they had energy left given their injuries. The moment Suzimo said that, the stone door paused for a moment as the 2 cultivators at the city gates looked towards him with a slight frown. To them, the group of 6 looked worn out. Apart from their leader, the green-robed cultivator, who looked normal, the others were in a wretched state. Furthermore, they could not see Suzimo's group wearing sect badges or anything that could reveal their identities. In the ancient battlefield, successors and disciples of the top factions of Tianhuang mainland would naturally not bother to conceal their identities. Many a time, those people could do whatever they want and save themselves trouble just by revealing their identity badges. The 2 cultivators guarding the city gates had seen many people, like Suzimo's group, who did not carry any identification. They were either itinerant cultivators or disciples of some ordinary sect or faction. The 2 of them exchanged glances and smirked before continuing to close the stone doors together, as if they had not heard anything. All of a sudden, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air echoed, and the wind howled as though a tsunami was gushing. Arriving in the blink of an eye, the 2 of them turned over instinctively, and their pupils constricted. Unknowingly, the green-robed cultivator who was initially far away had already arrived at the city gates, pushing against the stone doors with his arms spread wide. No matter how the 2 of them pushed, the stone door would not budge. The green-robed cultivator seemed to possess infinite strength as he stood like an unshakable spirit, glaring at the 2 of them coldly in front of the city gates. "You!" Gulping, the 2 of them looked on with panic. "Why are you closing the door?" Suzimo asked slowly, his voice icy cold. Rejecting them outside the gates before night descended was no different from killing them. In the night, Suzimo could only struggle to save himself against countless ferocious beasts and ancient living beings. The rest would definitely die. "What are you doing?" one of them asked sternly. Suzimo did not reply and shook his arms. With a loud rumble, the 2 stone doors vibrated violently and dust rustled. Instantly, the 2 cultivators were alarmed and felt their hands go numb, letting go instinctively. They stumbled a few steps backwards and nearly fell to the ground. "Audacious!" They yelled and withdrew flying swords from their storage bags. Glaring at Suzimo cautiously, they were prepared to strike at any moment. Suzimo's expression was unchanged as he clenched his fists. In that time, Ji Qingtian and the others had arrived at the city gates, panting and looking pale. "Zimo, forget it. We're new to Xiantian City and know nothing about this place. Let's not cause trouble. Furthermore, it's fine now that we're already inside the city." During this period of interaction, Ji Qingtian and the others had some understanding of Suzimo's personality as well. Xiantian City was a motley place with unknown experts and strong factions hidden within. Ji Qingtian was worried that Suzimo would attract big trouble by standing up for them. Suzimo nodded and glanced at the 2 cultivators indifferently. Their hearts skipped a beat. They could sense a violent killing intent through Suzimo's gaze. This is someone who can just injure anyone at any moment without hesitation. The same thought fluttered through their minds as they watched Suzimo's group leave, not daring to stop them. Ji Qingtian and the others were tense the entire time as well, afraid that something unexpected might happen and cause trouble. They only heaved a sigh of relief after the 2 cultivators guarding the gates let them pass silently. There were quite a number of cultivators in Xiantian City, and ancient buildings stood on both sides of the streets, most of the residences occupied by many cultivators. Su Zimo's group attracted the gazes of many cultivators as they walked through the city. There's a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator in that group of 6? How did they manage to get to Xiantian City alive? It's no use, even if they're inside the city. I reckon that the 6 of them won't survive for more than 3 days. Xiantian City is no friendly place. Without strong backing, they can only be subjected to being slaughtered by others like fish on a chopping board. As those cultivators discussed, more than 10 cultivators came down from the city walls. Their leader was a tall and burly man whose clothes exposed his hairy chest and carried a fierce gaze. It's already past 7 p.m., and you haven't closed the city gates? Are you too tired of living? The burly cultivator's voice was rough, and he spoke like a ruffian. Su Zimo's group was still nearby. When they heard that voice, Ji Qingtian and the others were stunned, and their hearts sank. A cultivator shook his head with pursed lips when he saw this, smiling. 3 days? There's no way the 6 of them can leave now that he has appeared. That's right. The few of them are already at the end of their road, given their injuries through their arduous journey. There's no way that man is going to let go of these lambs that are ripe for the slaughter. Who is that man? Someone asked. He's the right-hand man of the 4 mounted bandits, Cho Wanli. Even though he's only at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, he is skilled in corporal mortification martial arts and is extremely strong with a vengeful bloodthirst. There's few people who are willing to provoke him at the north gate of Xiantian City. The 4 mounted bandits. Pissed. Many cultivators were shocked when they heard that, shutting their mouths and gasping in secret. City gates. The 2 cultivators were so scared that their bodies shivered as they hurriedly pointed towards the back of Su Zimo's group. It's them. We were about to shut the city gates when the 6 of them barged in. Cho Wanli turned towards Su Zimo's group as a violent glint flashed in his eyes. If everyone else could tell that Su Zimo's group was weak after traveling, it was only natural that Cho Wanli's burning eyes could tell the same. He recognized their weakness with a single glance. The 6 of you up front, stop right there. Cho Wanli hollered and charged murderously towards Su Zimo's group with more than 10 other cultivators. Ji Qingtian and the others sighed internally and could only stop and turn back. Initially, Su Zimo was walking right at the front. After they turned around, he was already behind them. Su Zimo was about to advance when Ji Qingtian held him back and whispered, "Zimo, don't be reckless. Let's see what this man wants. It'll be best if we don't have to fight." "That's right, bro, judging from the cultivators around us. This guy seems to have a powerful background. Let's try not to fight him head-on," Little Fatty whispered as well, with sweat dripping down his forehead. Chapter 361 Violent Killing. Chapter 361 Violent Killing. Cho Wanli's face was menacing as he held a wine jar in his left hand and a single saber in his right. The blade was snow-white and radiated a cold aura. With more than 10 other cultivators, Cho Wanli rushed over in a huff. "I am Ji Qingtian. Fellow Daoist, how can I help you?" Ji Qingtian was extremely polite and took the initiative to greet with cupped fists first, nodding as he smiled. If this was back in Tianhuang, mainland, given Ji Qingtian's polite manners and the fact that they did not have any deep-seated hatred or benefits to gain, it would be difficult for a conflict to break out. However, this was the ancient battlefield. They were not faced with kind people. Even if they meant no harm, the other side meant harm. Ji Qingtian. Cho Wanli raised his brow and asked with a fake smile, "What's your cultivation?" 6 Meridian Foundation establishment. Ji Qingtian hesitated slightly, not hiding anything. "What about you guys?" Cho Wanli looked toward Su Zimo and the others before remarking casually, This is the rules of Xiantian City. If you want to enter the city, you'll have to report your cultivation realm without hiding any information. Upon hearing this, the cultivators in Xiantian City bore strange expressions. There was no such rule in the city. The reason why Cho Wanli said that was most likely because he wanted to find out the strength of Su Zimo's group. After all, there was no way of telling how many spirit meridians a foundation establishment cultivator unlocked by merely using the spirit pairing art. While Cho Wanli looked like a brute, he was experienced in the world and knew that cultivators who could arrive at Xiantian City were far from simple. He was worried that he might accidentally get into trouble. Su Zimo frowned at the rules mentioned by Cho Wanli. Even though Little Fatty and the others were against it, they still confessed honestly. For 5 Meridian Foundation establishment, and there was even someone at Late Stage Foundation establishment. After Su Zimo, the last person to speak, was done, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads in silence. Venturing into the depths of the ancient battlefield with that level of strength? They truly have a death wish. That's right. There are few cultivators who are even at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment in Xiantian City. Any casual person could wipe their entire group out. Cho Wanli was also completely at ease, drinking a mouthful of strong liquor. He looked intoxicated as he burped with his alcohol-like breath onto Ji Qingtian's face. Even though Ji Qingtian looked rather terrible, he let out a long breath and endured it. Snickering, Cho Wanli asked, "It's been a month since we've entered the ancient battlefield. Have you guys obtained any meridian unlocking elixirs?" Ji Qingtian shook his head without hesitation. No. In reality, each of them had a meridian unlocking elixir in their storage bags. However, they would definitely get themselves killed if they were to admit to it now. Very good. Cho Wanli nodded and said expressionlessly, "Hand over your storage bags. I'm going to check through it personally." The moment he said that, not only Ji Qingtian, even Little Fatty and the others were enraged. He was blatantly bullying them. Su Zimo remained silent as he stood behind Ji Qingtian and watched on coldly. Ji Qingtian took a deep breath of air and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, isn't that request a little overboard?" Overboard. Before Ji Qingtian could finish, Cho Wanli narrowed his gaze and asked with a smile. Cho Wanli's eyes shone with a cold glint before he finished his remark. The saber in his hand slashed towards Ji Qingtian's neck at an extremely fast speed with a chilling aura. That slash was completely without warning and filled with killing intent. Ji Qingtian had grown a lot after the month of training, and his awareness had increased greatly as well. Earlier on, he could vaguely sense Cho Wanli's killing intent. However, he was thoroughly worn out because of their long journey. As such, he wasn't in good condition, and his reaction was a little slower. The sharpness of the blade arrived, and Ji Qingtian could imagine his throat being sliced as his skin felt a slight sting. He could not help but lament internally, "This is where I die." Before he could finish his thought, Ji Qingtian felt a tremendous force yank him backwards. Cho Wanli's blade brushed by Ji Qingtian's throat and slit a bit of his skin as blood seeped out of it. It was an extremely close shave. If Ji Qingtian was slightly slower, his throat would have been cut by that slash. Surviving that brush from death had Ji Qingtian breaking out in cold sweat and panting heavily. He looked towards Su Zimo at his side and was about to express his thanks when his vision blurred as a figure darted by. Su Zimo was already gone. Boom! After reaching out to pull Ji Qingtian back from the edge of death, Su Zimo entered the stance of plow heaven's stride immediately without saying a word. In an instant, the stone slab beneath his feet exploded and the ground shook. The buildings on both sides of the streets trembled, causing countless cultivators to exclaim. Su Zimo's gaze was sharp as a knife as he reached out with outstretched fingers and grabbed at Cho Wanli's head as though he was engulfing it. Before Cho Wanli could react after missing that attack, a person with a chilling aura appeared behind Ji Qingtian and struck with a killing move right away. Su Zimo's massive palm descended, and the atmosphere turned so repressive that Cho Wanli felt suffocated. Without any time to think, Cho Wanli slashed back in reverse at Su Zimo's wrist before the latter could finish his move. The blade trembled, and 3 flashes of light shone. It was a superior-grade spirit saber. However, Su Zimo's physique was extremely strong right now, and it was too difficult for ordinary superior-grade spirit weapons to be able to hurt him. In the face of Cho Wanli's saber, Su Zimo's stance remained the same as he reached down and grabbed the blade with his bare hands. With a coil and a tremble, he seized the saber to his side. Leaning in, Su Zimo gripped the saber in his hand tightly and stabbed in reverse. Blood flashed, and a bloodied saber protruded out from the back of Cho Wanli's head. The moment their figures exchanged positions, Cho Wanli's head was pierced, and he died on the spot. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo could tell that this man was a nefarious figure. That was the reason why he struck with a killing move immediately without any mercy. After killing Cho Wanli, Su Zimo took a sidestep and leaned into the arms of another cultivator. That person had just placed his hand on his storage bag when he felt his vision blur and a throbbing pain in his chest. His body flew uncontrollably as he lost consciousness. Swash! Su Zimo's movements were different as his body swayed, leaving a series of afterimages. Lifting his left arm and using his fist as a seal, it descended onto another person's head. Brain juice was splattered. Yet another person's corpse fell. Audacious! You must have a death wish. The 10-odd cultivators that Cho Wanli brought over snapped to their senses and yelled, whipping out a myriad of weapons. Most of them were heavy melee combat weapons. One of them raised a gigantic hammer and smashed down on Su Zimo's head as the wind howled. Neither dodging nor retreating, Su Zimo gave a punch and went against the person's spirit weapon with his bare hands. The hammer was sent flying into the arms of another cultivator, causing the latter's ribs to be broken. The broken bone stabbed into his lungs like spearheads, causing the person to pan heavily and wheeze hoarsely. It was clear that he was not going to survive. Shadows intertwined on the long street as Su Zimo weaved through the cultivators in a flash, and clashing sounds could be heard. In less than 10 breaths, everything went silent, leaving nothing but corpses on the ground. Chapter 362 for Mounted Bandits. Chapter 362 for Mounted Bandits. Everything had happened too quickly. Not to mention Cho Wanli's group, who were involved in the fight. Even the bystanders were stunned as they stood with lost expressions. After a long time, shock passed through their eyes. As they looked at the green-robed cultivator standing in the bloodbath, 3 words shot through their minds. Decisive to kill. Cho Wanli never had a chance to strike again after missing his first attack. This man's personality is indeed rather suited for roaming in the ancient battlefield. What a pity! A cultivator in the crowd shook his head. With Cho Wanli dead and the 4 mounted bandits' vengeful personality, this group of people are bound to be tormented to death unless they look for some major sect in Xiantian City to back them up. Although sects of the top factions do not fear the 4 mounted bandits, there's no need for them to get on bad terms with the 4 mounted bandits just for these people. There's no sect that will want to take them in. On the long street, Su Zimo's expression was calm as he turned around and said softly, "Let's leave this place first." Ji Qingtian and the rest nodded. By now they had realized as well. In the ancient battlefield in Xiantian City, there was no room for logic or rules. This was a world where the fittest survive. A cruel place filled with bloodshed. The streets were filled with bloodstains that were still wet, as though telling everyone that a massacre had just happened. Battles could happen at any moment, and other cultivators would just watch the show with no intention of helping. Showing weakness at a place as such would only cause their enemies to take advantage of them. The crowd on the street gave way as the cultivators, looked at Su Zimo's group as though they were looking at dead people. Right now, the most important thing for Ji Qingtian and the rest was to find a place to settle down for the night so that they could recover their energy and heal their injuries. The well-preserved buildings in Xiantian City were long taken over by many factions and cultivators, leaving only a few precarious buildings that were on the verge of collapsing. After walking for a while, Su Zimo's group found a dilapidated mansion on the street corner. It was not exactly accurate to call it a mansion. After all, the walls around the mansion had already collapsed, leaving behind only some broken walls. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and the few houses remaining were in shambles. "Let's rest here for the night." Su Zimo knew very well that they would not be able to find a good place, even if they were to continue searching. Furthermore, Ji Qingtian, Lung Ro, and the others were thoroughly exhausted, and it was unsuitable for them to carry on outside. "Bro, take a rest first. I'll head out for a stroll and find out more about the background of Xiantian City," Little Fatty closed in and whispered. "All right, take care," Su Zimo nodded. Little Fatty had cultivated body tempering techniques before and was much stronger than Ji Qingtian, Lung Ro, and the others in terms of physique. Furthermore, he looked chubby and friendly, tactful in his ways and alert. Su Zimo was not worried about Little Fatty's safety. Everyone's hearts felt heavy in this completely unfamiliar environment. Even though Xiantian City could ward off the birds, beasts, and ancient living beings outside, it could not protect them from the greed in the hearts of cultivators, and that was even scarier than the demon beasts outside. Not wanting to burden Su Zimo, Ji Qingtian and the others wanted to make good use of the time to recover energy and heal their injuries. Soon, Little Fatty returned. "Bro, I've asked around." Little Fatty pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "There are a few top factions coexisting in Xiantian City. There's Glass Palace of the Immortal Sex, Malevolent Earth Sect of the Fiend Sex, Puppet Sect of the 5 Heretical Doctrines, and Elixir Yang Sect and Thousand Crane Sect of the 4 Unorthodox Groups." Ji Qingtian and the others frowned deeply with stern expressions. Immortal Sects, Fiend Sects, Unorthodox Groups, and Heretical Doctrines, those were the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. If they hadn't ventured deep into the ancient battlefield, they may never encounter these top factions throughout their lives. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't had any interactions with Glass Palace, Puppet Sect, Elixir Yang Sect, nor Thousand Crane Sect. However, he dealt with the 7 Fiend Sects a couple of years ago. Deep underground, Su Zimo encountered a couple of Fiend heirs and even killed the heir of Malevolent Earth Sect, forcefully despite going against 5 of them. To be fair, the Malevolent Earth Sect heir had died unjustly in that fight. If not for the existence of the Spirit Lock formation, such that the Fiend heirs could not unleash their full strength, Su Zimo would have been the one dead. Now that a few years have passed, Malevolent Earth Sect must have chosen a new Fiend heir. Of course, Su Zimo was not worried of being recognized by those of Malevolent Earth Sect as well. In that battle back then, the powerful skeleton caused the entire place to collapse with its final gambit. Later on, Demonist Ji mentioned that apart from the 2 of them, the only ones that survived were the 5 other Fiend heirs. That meant that no one of Malevolent Earth Sect had seen him before. Little Fatty continued, "Among them, Elixir Yang Sect and Thousand Crane Sects are weaker in terms of strength. Elixir Yang Sect is the largest elixir refinement sect in Tianhuang mainland with solid roots that trace back to the ancient era. Thousand Crane Sect is the largest talisman sect, and they're the ones that created the most common tool of communication in the cultivation world, spirit cranes." Su Xiaoning and Lung Ro's eyes lit up when they heard the origins of Elixir Yang Sect and Thousand Crane Sect. If they could join those 2 sects for cultivation and refinement of elixirs and talismans, they would definitely be able to go further on their cultivation paths. Ji Qingtian nodded. Since they're the unorthodox groups and specialize in elixir refinement, as well as talisman making, it's only natural that they would be comparatively weaker in strength. However, elixir refinement masters and talisman masters are bound to be accompanied by strong people. Gulping, Little Fatty said slowly with a stern expression, "Apart from them, there's another faction in Xiantian City that even those factions would not want to provoke, the 4 mounted bandits." Ji Qingtian and everyone else's heart sank when they heard that. "Are they related to the cultivators at the north gates?" Ji Qingtian asked with a frown. Little Fatty nodded. The leader of the group of people killed by Bro was called Cho Wanli. He's a competent underling of the 4 mounted bandits. What's the background of the 4 mounted bandits, such that even the immortal and fiend sects are not willing to provoke them? Shijian asked. Little Fatty replied, "The strength of the 4 mounted bandits is definitely weaker than super sects such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. However, it's said that they are extremely violent and their underlings are all desperados. Although Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect can definitely come out victorious in a battle, they would have to suffer huge losses for sure. That's the reason why the 4 mounted bandits and the few top factions are currently in harmony." When they heard that, Ji Qingtian and the others were flustered and looked terrible. This meant that there was a high chance that they could be killed at any moment inside Xiantian City for offending such a faction. It was even more dangerous inside the city than outside. Little Fatty remarked, "Bro is not entirely to blame for this matter as well. The 4 mounted bandits are in the business of killing and robbing others to begin with. For cultivators that pass through the north gates, if they are weak or have no background, it'll be difficult for them to survive. This is a group of vicious and villainous people who take joy in killing others. Even if you hand over all the treasures in your storage bag, it's not guaranteed that you will walk out alive." At that point, Little Fatty sighed. "I heard that there has already been 1,000 cultivators who have died in the hands of the 4 mounted bandits over the past month." A cold glint flickered through Su Zimo's narrow gaze. Chapter 363, Standoff. Chapter 363, Standoff. Su Xiaoning furrowed her brows slightly. Since the 4 mounted bandits are so villainous, why aren't there anyone from the immortal sects coming forth to uphold justice? In her mind, those of the immortal sects are obligated to slay evil and uphold justice. How could they stand by the sidelines? Ji Qingtian shook his head. "There's no such thing as righteous warriors in the cultivation world, and it's the same for those in the immortal sections. Immortals and fiends merely differ in terms of the Tao they seek." "That's right. None of those warriors get to live a long life," Little Fatty nodded. Lung Ro added, "The Buddhists live with compassion and speak of purifying the masses. However, look at the number of monks passing through Xiantian City, and yet none of them are coming forth to try and purify the villainous 4 mounted bandits." Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke. "What's the cultivation of the 4 mounted bandits?" Little Fatty replied, "Their leader, Chai Li, is at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, while the other 3, Lang Tan, Hu Meng, and Bao Yun Feng, are at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment. It's said that they grew up drinking the milk of ancient remnant beasts and lived in the jungles for many years, dominating the place while building up their bodies. Every single one of them is immensely strong and is comparable to demon beasts." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. They were finally coming across a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator in the depths of the ancient battlefield. Su Zimo's current strength could suppress all 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, be it through immortality cultivation techniques or melee combat. However, he had no confidence against 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators without using his power of blood chi. After all, his cultivation realm was only at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment, and he had yet to achieve lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section for the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, with his mouth and eye orifices yet to be cleared. The 8 meridians are progressively tougher to unlock. Comparatively, the gap between the later meridians was wider as well. On the surface, a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was merely a single meridian above a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. However, the difference in strength was exponential. Even if dozens of 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators joined forces, they might not be a match for a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. In the end, if one unlocked all 8 meridians, the difference would be even more significant. If the 4 mounted bandits had a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator among them with a demon beast-like physique and specialized in melee combat, even Sue Zimmo would have a tough time dealing with him. There was a long period of silence in the mansion. A while later, Little Fatty continued, "However, I heard that Bao Yunfeng, the number 4 of the 4 mounted bandits, is the only one in Xiantian City right now. The other 3 have gone out and might only return a couple of days later." Sue Zimmo's group was in a passive position in the current situation. Now that night had descended, they would be faced with countless ferocious beasts and ancient living beings if they escaped from Xiantian City. Apart from Sue Zimmo, the rest were most likely doomed. However, if they were to continue staying in the city, the 4 mounted bandits would definitely not let them survive the night, given the latter's vengeful nature. Ta, ta, ta. Suddenly, the ground began to shake uncharacteristically as the sound of galloping rumbled like thunder from far away. It was headed in their direction at an extremely fast speed. "Get away! They're from the 4 mounted bandits." Ah! The crowd was in a mess as shrieks could be heard. Some of the cultivators who could not dodge in time were trampled into meat sludge without a corpse left. Their leader seems to be Bao Yunfeng. It's him, given the ancient remnant beast, cloud-seeking leopard, that he's riding on. There's no mistake about it. Not far away, a dust cloud billowed with the piercing stench of blood. A muscular man, tall with black hair that draped over his shoulders, led the pack with a fierce and violent gaze. Beneath the man was a massive and ferocious leopard. It had sharp claws, and its body was covered in luxuriant fur that had a cloud-like pattern. Shimmering in the darkness, its eyes shone with a cold gleam. An ancient remnant beast, the cloud-seeking leopard. What happened? Why are they so angry? Haven't you heard? Dozens of cultivators under the 4 mounted bandits were killed by an outsider at the north gate. Huh, who could be so bold? Those few sitting over there. I heard that the green-robed cultivator was the one who killed them. There were some cultivators pointing at the mansion. A commotion of this size instantly attracted the attention of many cultivators. Even though it was at night, the number of cultivators gathered gradually increased. In a 2-story building not far away, a handsome young man in a white shirt sat by the window. Behind him was an elderly man, standing with his hands down. The handsome young man held a folding fan, and his features were like a painting. With smooth and delicate skin, he had an indescribable bearing of elegance. At that moment, seeing that it was already late, the white-robed man had just stood up and was about to leave when he caught sight of what was happening. Out of curiosity, he could not help but ask, "Uncle Liang, what's happening over there?" The elderly man behind the white-robed man replied, "I heard that the green-robed cultivator killed Cho Wanli." "Oh!" The white-robed man scoffed coldly. "Cho Wanli? Good kill. Someone so villainous should have died a long time ago." Even though his tone was cold, the white-robed man's voice was exceptionally soothing. "Young master, let's go. There's nothing to see here. The few of them are bound to be dead now that Bao Yunfeng has brought so many people with him." The elderly man bowed. "It's all right." Waving it off, the white-robed man said, "Let's take a look first." With that, he opened his folding fan and sat down once more. Turning slightly, he revealed his slender and fair neck as his bright gaze was fixed on a delicate face in that broken mansion. Hundreds of cultivators ran over in the dark with menacing expressions and ferocious auras. The cold gleam of spirit weapons shone disturbingly against the moonlight. At this moment, Ji Qingtian and the rest had barely rested for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Their bodies were still aching, but their enemies were already knocking on the door. What should we do? Everyone looked towards Su Zimo subconsciously. Su Zimo was in a lotus position, still resting and recuperating. Night Spirit was sprawled on the ground. Without even lifting its head, its pitch-black eyes were hidden in the night as it took a swift glance at the ancient remnant beast, the cloud-seeking leopard. The moment Bao Yunfeng stepped into the courtyard, Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes and shot up from the ground. Bao Yunfeng had led more than 100 desperados for the attack. Their aura was so terrifying that the surrounding cultivators felt chills running down their spines. However, another monstrous aura exploded the moment Su Zimo opened his eyes and stood up. It was as though a tempest had been set off, howling and gushing furiously. Alone, Su Zimo stood motionlessly on the spot, and his body looked frail. However, his aura was no weaker than Bao Yunfeng's group. The aura of Bao Yunfeng's group resembled a bloodstorm. However, what stood behind Su Zimo resembled mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. Not far away, on the second floor, the elderly man called Uncle Yang exclaimed slightly when he saw that. The white-robed man's eyes lit up with interest as well. Chapter 364, Unyielding. Chapter 364, Unyielding. Two massive and different auras collided invisibly in the voids, causing the weeds in the courtyard to disintegrate into powder. The air seemed to have gone stale. A war was about to break out. Ji Qingtian and the others watched the scene with sweaty palms, feeling as though their hearts were about to stop beating. The people before them were vastly different from the cultivators at the borders of the ancient battlefield. These were all desperados who were stronger, more violent, and fearless. A single clash was enough for them to be wiped out. No one could imagine the amount of pressure Su Zimo was enduring against such ferocity. However, nobody, including the cultivators who were watching, could see any traces of fear in Su Zimo's eyes. He was calm and indifferent. To think that he could remain expressionless under such circumstances, that person has a strong heart. So what? That isn't going to change the outcome. He's going to die today unless he's a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. I heard that he's only at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. Bao Yunfeng arrived not far from the mansion, riding on his cloud-seeking leopard. As he looked down at Su Zimo, the glint in his eyes intensified. Piak! 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 Suddenly, Bao Yunfeng clapped and nodded repeatedly with glee. Great, great. Everyone was confused, not understanding what Bao Yunfeng meant by that. A moment later, Bao Yunfeng said, Green-robed man who looks scholarly, you are the one who killed Cho Wanli. I am. Su Zimo admitted to it without hesitation with a calm tone. Fu-fu. All of a sudden, Bao Yunfeng laughed and said leisurely, my motive originally was to capture you alive and torture you slowly. I've got countless methods to make a man suffer a fate worse than death. However, with a slight pause, Bao Yunfeng changed the topic. I've suddenly changed my mind. Everyone was stunned. Ji Qingtian and the others were stunned as well, not understanding what Bao Yunfeng meant. On the second floor, the white-bloused man frowned in deep thought. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he looked at Bao Yunfeng quietly without replying, waiting for the latter to explain. A look of admiration flashed through Bao Yunfeng's eyes. Originally, I thought that you were just a reckless cultivator. Now, I can't help but admit that you're quite a character. Cho, Wanli didn't die in vain. I'll give you a chance. Follow me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. When they heard that, a commotion broke out in the crowd. What good luck! That person's life is truly tough for a miracle to appear. Seems like Bao Yunfeng truly holds this man in high regards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this decision. Seems like Cho Wanli died for nothing. This was a change that many cultivators have not expected. Initially, all of them thought that Su Zimo was dead for sure. None of them expected Bao Yunfeng to take a liking to Su Zimo and wanted to take the latter as an underling. You've changed your mind? Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. Stunned momentarily, Bao Yunfeng nodded right after. That's right. Since you're new to Xiantian City, let me enlighten you. I am one of the 4 mounted bandits in Xiantian City. Before Bao Yunfeng could finish, Su Zimo interrupted him. But I haven't changed my mind. Bao Yunfeng narrowed his gaze on Su Zimo. What do you mean? Raising his head slightly, Su Zimo looked at Bao Yunfeng expressionlessly and said in an indifferent tone, Earlier on I was prepared to kill you. I still am. Therefore prepare to die. The moment he said that, an uproar broke out. Is that man crazy? He's really asking to die. Ji Qingtian and the others were silent. No matter what, they would support Su Zimo's decision. Even though they were not righteous warriors, none of them wanted to be the underlings of villains, such as the 4 mounted bandits. However, if they were the ones in this life and death situation, they might choose to submit and endure. They wouldn't be able to stay true to their hearts and not back down like Su Zimo. He possessed a fearless spirit. On the second floor, the white-robed man's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the green-robed cultivator below, wanting to see through the ladder. In the courtyard, after hearing that, Bao Yunfeng was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter that grew louder and louder. Fufu, ha ha ha. Even though Bao Yunfeng was laughing, the killing intent in his eyes was intensifying and was almost corporeal. As one of the 4 mounted bandits, he was almost unstoppable in Xiantian City and no one dared to provoke him. However, there was now a person who popped out of nowhere boasting of killing him. Indeed, I wasn't wrong about you. Bao Yunfeng's gaze was cold as he leaped down from the cloud, seeking leopard, and strode slowly toward Su Zimo. 6 spirit meridians shone beneath his robes as spirit energy gushed fervently. 6 meridian foundation establishment. Nobody interfere. Bao Yunfeng shouted before smirking menacingly at Su Zimo. I'm going to kill you personally. Before he was done speaking, 2 shadows shot out in opposite directions. Shaking his hands, 2 cold daggers slid out from Bao Yunfeng's sleeves. They were extremely sharp and shone with 4 spirit lights. Supreme-grade spirit weapons. None of the cultivators at the borders of the ancient battlefield possessed supreme-grade spirit weapons. However, in Xiantian City, Bao Yunfeng revealed 2 of them right away. Swash! Intertwining his hands, Bao Yunfeng stabbed both daggers toward Su Zimo's throat at an extremely fast speed. The strangulation of the 2 daggers had even vaguely sealed all of Su Zimo's attack angles. Melee combat was the most dangerous, and any misstep could cause one's death. The sharpness of supreme-grade spirit weapons were enough to threaten Su Zimo. Not daring to be careless, Su Zimo did not reach out head-on with his bare hands. He slid his feet for a sidestep to dodge the 2 incoming daggers. In truth, Su Zimo could have summoned Blood Quencher for a head-on fight. However, Blood Quencher was a perfect spirit weapon after all, and it was easy for other cultivators to covet it, leading to endless battles. Unless he had no other choice, Su Zimo was not going to use it casually within Xiantian City. His sidestep evaded Bao Yunfeng's killing move, and in a flash, a series of afterimages were left behind as he attacked with his palm at an even faster speed. That palm carried immense might as his outstretched fingers encompassed everything as though it wanted to rip the world apart. Ground-rupturing palm. Bao Yunfeng's eyelids twitched in shock as he noticed Su Zimo's speed and sensed the power of his palm strike. This guy was too fast and powerful. Instantly, Bao Yunfeng realized that if he was not in possession of those two supreme-grade spirit weapons, he would not be a match for Su Zimo in terms of strength. In a flash, Bao Yunfeng composed himself as he yelled with a cold gaze, "Good strike!" Raising his dagger, Bao Yunfeng stabbed towards Su Zimo's palm while thrusting his other dagger cleanly towards Su Zimo's heart. The stab was extremely obscure, but it was a killing move. If Su Zimo were to advance a half step more, it would be equivalent to sending his chest into Bao Yunfeng's dagger. If it was anyone else, dodging Bao Yunfeng's counterattack in time would already be considered fortuitous. However, this was Su Zimo, who possessed spirit perception and an unparalleled physique. Su Zimo, who had never suffered a single defeat in a melee fight yet. Chapter 365. Strangulation. Chapter 365. Strangulation. The surrounding cultivators held their breaths and looked at the two figures fluttering on the battlefield without batting an eyelid. The two of them fought with swiftness, and their shadows intersected at a dizzying rate. Victory could be decided within a single blink. The four mounted bandits were all body-tempered cultivators and specialized in melee combat. Among them, Bao Yunfeng's specialty was his speed and agility. In his hands, the sharp dagger was like his finger, and it was extremely difficult to deal with as it came from tricky angles. Countless cultivators had died under his dagger. On the battlefield, the speed of divine steed fleeting was extremely fast. Just as he was about to slam into Bao Yunfeng's dagger, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he changed moves, entering the stance of plow heaven stride. With a single step, he stomped onto the ground and halted his figure. Boom! Su Zimo's feet landed on the ground, and the stone slabs on the long street split open, creating a massive ravine. Dust clouds flew into the air, and the entire place quaked. With the plow heaven stride, Su Zimo's aura intensified as though he wanted to tear the sky apart. Caught off guard, Bao Yunfeng's knee buckled, and he lost his balance as his pupils constricted. Crackle! Su Zimo's tendons and bones were ringing as his body expanded. Like an ancient god, he reached out with his huge hands that looked soft and weak, lunging towards the two incoming daggers. A coil and a tremble. Ah! Bao Yunfeng shrieked as his palm cracked open. Blood was dripping from his hands, and both daggers flew away. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. How strong was that man's physique to be able to send both Bao Yunfeng's supreme-grade spirit weapons flying with his bare hands? Not good. Bao Yunfeng was alarmed and thought to himself. However, his reaction was extremely fast as he retreated immediately. Retrieving a protection talisman from his storage bag, he crushed it on the spot and turned to flee. Trying to flee, Su Zimo harumphed coldly as killing intent surged in his eyes. If he allowed Bao Yunfeng to escape into the crowd, Su Zimo would not be able to kill this man if he was blocked by the 100-odd desperados. With a flicker of his body, Su Zimo's feet sank into the mud before bursting forth. He covered 10 feet with a single stride and caught up with Bao Yunfeng in a few steps, launching a punch to the latter's skull. Boom! The veins on his fist were exposed and swelled up to twice their size. It was like a huge green-black seal that emitted a blood stench as it descended with a mighty aura. Roar! The cloud-seeking leopard reacted faster than cultivators. The moment it sensed its master's crisis, it roared in rage as its fur stood on end. Emitting a thick, demonic chi, it bared its fangs and lunged toward Su Zimo ferociously. The strength of an ancient remnant beast at the peak of Foundation establishment was enough to pose a threat to Su Zimo. If he was struck, Su Zimo's physique would not be able to deal with it as well, and he would be injured, or even dead. However, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged, as he had already seen a black shadow darting over. He continued punching towards Bao Yunfeng's head, using his fist like a stamp. Just as the cloud-seeking leopard's claws were about to reach Su Zimo, a muscular shadow rammed over at an even faster speed. Bang! Bang! 2 bangs sounded at almost the same time. The cloud-seeking leopard was sent flying by the black shadow, and dust clouds billowed when the 2 mighty bodies landed on the ground. The cloud-seeking leopard let out a sad cry. The black shadow stood up, and its cold, shimmering claws extended silently. They have already punctured a few holes on the cloud-seeking leopard's body, and blood was gushing out. This was none other than Night Spirit, who was sprawled at the side. Under the guise of the night, Night Spirit's scales shone with a cold luster. Its eyes were dark and mysterious, emitting a murderous aura that sent chills down one's spine. The cloud-seeking leopard struggled and wanted to stand up as it opened its mouth and bit towards Night Spirit's throat. This was an ancient remnant beast after all. There was still strength for a final attack despite its massive injuries. Night Spirit's tail wagged. A black shadow darted by. Poof! Like a pitch-black spear, Night Spirit's tail stabbed through the cloud-seeking leopard's head, entering from the mouth and exiting from the back of its head. An ancient remnant beast, the cloud-seeking leopard, just died on the spot. At the same time, on the other side, Su Zimo's gigantic green-black stamp descended and crushed Bao Yunfeng's protection talisman, landing on the latter's back with its remaining momentum. Buzz! For spirit lights shone from Bao Yunfeng's back as a burning inner armor was revealed. For spirit patterns, it was a supreme-grade defensive spirit weapon. Although the power of Su Zimo's punch was great, more than half of it was reduced because of the protection talisman. Right after, it was blocked by the supreme-grade defensive spirit weapon, and Bao Yunfeng received almost no damage as he seized the opportunity to flee forward. Huh! Bao Yunfeng laughed and yelled, "You're that bit away from killing me." He did not hear Su Zimo's reply after saying that. Instead, the killing intent behind him intensified, as if a terrifying, ferocious beast was chasing him. Instinctively, Bao Yunfeng turned and glanced behind. That single glance scared him out of his wits. Su Zimo used divine steed fleeting, and a series of afterimages appeared in the void behind him. The distance between them had decreased rapidly, and Su Zimo was almost reaching him. Go! The desperados that Bao Yunfeng had brought with him realized what was happening as they hurriedly summoned their flying swords and stabbed toward Su Zimo. Instantly, sword chi filled the air and spirit lights shone brightly. Pang! 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 Lowering his body, Su Zimo was almost sprawled on the ground as he slithered forward. The bones and tendons in his body rang together with a trembling sound. When he stretched out his arms, his body elongated and resembled an anaconda. Su Zimo's arms landed on Bao Yunfeng's waist, and he coiled around it weakly. All the flying swords missed. At that moment, Su Zimo was almost entirely plastered on Bao Yunfeng's body. Weak and boneless, he coiled around the latter's body with cold eyes. On the second floor, the white-robed man closed his eyes subconsciously. It was as though he was witnessing an anaconda wrapping itself around Bao Yunfeng's body. Inhaling deeply, the anaconda's tendons pulsated and its flesh expanded at a visible speed. Pissed, the white-robed man took a deep breath and looked down again. Crack! 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 Bao Yunfeng's hands were bound as he stood rooted to the ground with the sound of bones cracking ringing from his squeezed body. Even though the supreme-grade defensive spirit weapon could defend against the sharpness of weapons and soften impacts, it could not withstand this sort of compressional strangulation. Anaconda strangle. Bao Yunfeng's eyes were bloodshot and bulged as his tongue stretched out, turning into a terrifying shade of purple. From the depths of his throat, he croaked. The 100-odd desperados were shocked at the sight and froze on the spot. At that moment, Su Zimo and Bao Yunfeng were entangled together. If they were to attack, there was a high chance that they might injure Bao Yunfeng instead of save him. Splash! The sound of bloodline rumbling echoed from Su Zimo's body like a terrifying tsunami. Die! He hollered, and his body expanded once more as his muscles swelled. Bursting forth with immense strength, Bao Yunfeng was squeezed into a blood mist. One of the 4 mounted bandits had died in Xintian City. Chapter 366 Reap. Chapter 366 Reap. There were at least thousands of cultivators gathered by now. However, at the moment, it was entirely silent outside the courtyard, as though everyone was strangled and could not breathe. What happened was way too tragic. The 4 mounted bandits were renowned for their physiques and melee combat capabilities. Among them, Bao Yunfeng was extremely fast and agile. He was practically invincible among 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators and could only be taken down by 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. If they hadn't witnessed it personally, nobody would have believed that Bao Yunfeng would have been killed by strangulation in melee combat by a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, dying without a corpse. More than that, no one could believe that someone would dare kill Bao Yunfeng in Xintian City. This was big. Bao Yunfeng's death was not important. The issue was that many innocent cultivators might be implicated by the rage of the other 3 violent mounted bandits. On the second floor, the white-robed man put away his fan and suddenly asked with sparkling eyes, "Uncle Liang, what do you think of this person?" "He's very strong in melee combat, ruthless and decisive in killing," Uncle Liang replied in a low voice. "However, that kid is brash and does not know how to hold back. While he's straightforward, there is now no room to back off against the 4 mounted bandits, and he's bound to die. I'm actually rather interested in him." The white-robed man smiled gently and said. Frowning, Uncle Liang asked, "You intend to recruit him, young master?" "Indeed," the white-robed man nodded. Uncle Liang continued, "Recruiting him now would be equivalent to offending the 4 mounted bandits. That's irrational. The reason why we entered the ancient battlefield this time round is for the ruins of Elixir Pool Sect. It's inconvenient for us to make such strong enemies." Pausing for a moment, Uncle Liang added, "Right now, Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, and some of the other strong factions are lingering around Xintian City. It's quite likely that they're all here for the ruins of Elixir Pool Sect. Compared to Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect, we're lacking in top experts and are at a disadvantage. We must be careful, young master." "Top experts." The white-robed man smiled and turned his beautiful eyes, looking at the green-robed cultivator in the courtyard. "There's one right there, isn't it?" "Him." Uncle Liang laughed. "Although I'm old, I'm not at the age where my eyes are failing me. While that person is strong in melee combat, I don't think he's quite at the level of a top expert, right?" The white-robed man smiled without replying. In the courtyard, after killing Bao Yunfeng with Anaconda Strangle, Su Zimo stood in a puddle of blood, his green robes stained blood-red, exuding a murderous aura. His gaze was razor-sharp and carried a lethal, killing intent. Kill! Instead of retreating after Bao Yunfeng's death, the 100-odd desperados cried out in rage and charged toward Su Zimo wielding chilling, curved sabers. This was the nature of the desperados. None of them feared death. The fierce horses that they rode were all spirit demons at Foundation Establishment Realm. With bloodshot eyes and terrifying strength, cultivators were bound to be torn apart if they were rammed by those horses. Dust billowed as the 100-odd cultivators charged with menacing intent. If it was anyone else present, they would dodge right away when faced with such an army, afraid that they would be crushed to sludge. However, Su Zimo did not retreat nor dodge. His eyes lit up as his bloodline churned with the furious sound of tsunamis mixed with rumbling thunder. His strength increased massively with the churning of his bloodline. Bang! Exhaling, Su Zimo extended a pair of gigantic palms and pushed against the heads of two furious horses that were charging over. Instantly, his sleeves exploded, revealing two ripped arms where his muscles were knotted together inch by inch. Like molten steel, they exuded the feeling of immense strength. The momentum of charging, galloping horses was intense. Cultivators aside, even in the jungle, few spirit demons would dare go against it head-on. However, the two horses were pressed on the spot by Su Zimo's palms and could not advance a single inch. Su Zimo's feet sank deep into the mud as he stood, like an ancient god with a deep and unwavering gaze. Caught off guard, the two desperados riding on the horses were sent flying. Little Fatty and Shurjian were wielding their gigantic axe and steel rod, respectively. Seizing the opportunity, they ended the lives of the two men that were sent flying into the air in a momentary daze. There was no way the two horses could endure the shock of the collision between two massive forces as they whimpered and died on the spots, their bodies crushed and their tendons and bones shattered. The riders behind them could not stop in time, and all of them fell to the ground in a mess. On his side, a horse charged towards Su Zimo's chest. "Huh." Sneering, Su Zimo strode forward and raised his knee, ramming over like a horse as well. Bang! The gigantic spirit demon horse was sent flying by a seemingly tiny human and exploded in midair, turning into a mist of blood. Roar! Right then, Night Spirit lowered its front limbs and head in an offensive stance, suddenly letting out a deafening roar from the depths of its throat. The spirit demon horses that were initially murderous and filled with fighting spirit were instantly scared out of their wits as boundless fear shone in their eyes. None of those spirit demons recognized Night Spirit. However, there was a deep-rooted fear that came from the depths of their bloodline in response to that roar. Some of the horses shivered and buckled to the ground, peeing and shitting themselves in incontinence. Some of the horses seemed to have gone insane as they threw the cultivators on their backs off. Pushing the crowd away, they fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, all the desperados were in chaos. The surrounding cultivators were shocked as their impressions of Night Spirit changed gradually. Although they were not part of the conflict, they felt a sense of fear the moment Night Spirit roared and almost turned to flee themselves. Su Zimo slapped his storage bag, and 18 flying swords floated in front of him. Buzz! Quivering at the same time with a resounding buzz, the 18 flying swords shone endlessly in a bedazzling manner. Ah, supreme-grade flying swords. All of them are supreme-grade flying swords. How many people must he have killed to be able to amass 18 supreme-grade flying swords? Cries of surprises came from the crowd. On the second floor, the white-robed man and Uncle Liang exclaimed softly at the same time. Uncle Liang frowned tightly with an odd expression as he shook his head. Something isn't right. Those 18 flying swords are identical in terms of length, width, thickness, and even their spirit patterns. They don't seem to have been mixed. Instead, they should have originated from the same weapon, refinement master. As expected, he should be a sword formation master, suddenly the white-robed man said. Before the white-robed man finished his sentence, Su Zimo waved his hands in the courtyard, and the 18 flying swords intertwined in the void, leaving sword scars in their wake. Whoosh! A formation light shone brightly and illuminated the night skies. Right after, the 18 flying swords gathered together with their tips pointing outwards in unison, forming a gigantic sword-shaped circular disc. 18 rays of sword chi were released like a blazing sun and was extremely dazzling. It was the candlelight sword formation. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward. The sword-shaped circular disc charged into the crowd, circling around the desperados. Boundless blood chi was released, and a blood mist formed as limbs were sent flying. Chapter 367, Elixir Yang Sect. Chapter 367, Elixir Yang Sect. Sword Formation Master. He's a sword formation master. No wonder he is able to reach Xiantian City despite only being at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. So that's his secret. Sword formation masters were extremely rare in the cultivation world, and everyone was shocked. On the second floor, Uncle Liang took a deep breath. His expression changed slightly as he whispered, "The killing power of that sword formation is so strong. Do you recognize it, Uncle Liang?" The white-robed man asked. After a long while, Uncle Liang shook his head. "I've never seen it before. The might of that sword formation isn't weaker than those of ancient Array Sect. The 4 unorthodox groups were Elixir Yang Sect, 1,000 Crane Sect, 100 Refinement Sect, and Ancient Array Sect, gathering all the top elixir, weapon, talisman, and formation masters of Tianhuang mainland. Those were the havens for these types of cultivators. All the renowned sword formation masters of the cultivation world were mostly from ancient Array Sect." Uncle Liang shook his head again. "It's a pity that his cultivation realm is too low. If he was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, he would definitely be able to hold out against the legacy disciples of Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect with just that sword formation alone. Let's head down and take a look." The white-robed man rose and led the way. Uncle Liang persuaded him. "Young master, that man isn't going to live for long despite his immense potential. He'll be dead the moment the other 3 mounted bandits return to Xiantian City. It's truly not a wise choice to recruit him now." "Not necessarily." The white-robed man smiled meaningfully. In the courtyard, all the desperados were 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. If they worked in unison against Su Zimo, they would definitely be a force not to be reckoned with and might even be able to break the Candlelight sword formation. But now their formation was scattered into chaos by Su Zimo and Night Spirit and were in a mess. There's no way they could deal with the killing power of the Candlelight sword formation at this point. Clang! Clang! The sounds of swords ringing rang incessantly, accompanied by tragic shrieks. Lives were being reaped mercilessly like grass as the desperados truly lost their lives. The dilapidated mansion was dyed with blood. Flesh aside, even superior-grade spirit weapons would be shattered if they were sucked in by the Candlelight sword formation. The air was filled with the thick stench of blood. At this moment, even desperados could not take it any longer as they scattered and fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was left with nothing but corpses that were still warm. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. To them, the red-stained figure standing in the pool of blood resembled an Azura that had just walked out of hell. Now that Bao Yunfeng is dead, that man is definitely doomed when the other 3 mounted bandits return. Maybe not. They'll definitely leave this place tomorrow morning and flee far away. They might be able to escape this calamity. Fufu, the person who spoke at the start, sneered. "Do you think the 3 mounted bandits are fools? They have survived in the jungles for many years and specialize in tracking people down. Nobody will be able to hide from them." Su Zimo put away his 18 flying swords as well as the storage bags of Bao Yunfeng and the others. He was calm as usual, indifferent towards the gossips at the sidelines. Ji Qingtian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The crowd gradually dispersed. Sensing something, Su Zimo glanced sideways and caught sight of a white-robed man walking over. The white-robed man was extremely handsome and could be described as perfect. At first glance, he seemed to be even more beautiful than a woman. However, what shocked Su Zimo was the fact that an elderly man with a long beard was following behind the white-robed man. Even though there was no age restriction for the ancient battlefield, the people that entered were typically geniuses and talents of the current generation. The sudden appearance of an elderly man was particularly striking. Furthermore, Su Zimo's spirit perception told him that the elderly man was extremely dangerous. After entering the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo had been through a number of battles. However, he had never experienced such an aura from another cultivator. It was so terrifying that it made one's heart palpitate. Su Zimo gazed deeply at the elderly man before focusing his attention on the white-robed man again. The white-robed man waved and held his folding fan behind him while cupping his other hand with a smile. "I am Tang Yu. How do I address you, fellow Taoist?" Su Zimo. Su Zimo's gaze was fixed on the sect badge on the man's waist as he replied expressionlessly. Anyone who dared to display their sect badges in the ancient battlefield were mostly from major sects or factions. While Ethereal Peak was one of the 5 major sects within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, it was nothing much in Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo and the others hung nothing but a storage bag around their waists. Although Su Zimo could guess that the white-robed man's background was far from simple, he could not identify the sect badge nor motive of the latter. Tang Yu flicked his folding fan open with his slender wrist and waved it gently. "Fellow Taoist, you've just arrived in Xiantian City, so I think you might not have much of an understanding towards the 4 mounted bandits. However, I do know some stuff about them." "I'm willing to hear it in detail," Su Zimo nodded. "The so-called 4 mounted bandits are arranged based on the dhole, wolf, tiger, and leopard. Each of them rides on a different ancient remnant beast that is extremely strong. Among them, the leader, Chai Li, is at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment. The others are all at Peak 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment and can advance to 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment at any moment." Tang Yu continued, "In Xiantian City, the 4 mounted bandits are not the strongest. However, the reason why the other top factions are not willing to go against them is because of the existence of a 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivator among the 4 mounted bandits. Now that Bao Yunfeng is dead, you've sowed a deep feud with the other 3 mounted bandits, and there's no room for negotiation. Even if you escape from Xiantian City, they will hunt you down and a battle will be inevitable." Tang Yu spoke confidently, and Su Zimo remained silent, looking at him quietly. After a moment, Su Zimo asked, "What exactly are you trying to say?" "I can help you." Tang Yu's statement was surprising. "Oh." Su Zimo raised his brow. No one was on his side now that he had offended the 4 mounted bandits. He had not expected that anyone in Xiantian City would offer to help him. Tang Yu added, "Of course, by help, I don't mean that I'm on your side entirely to go head-on against the 4 mounted bandits. That's not going to benefit me. However," changing the topic, Tang Yu continued, "I can take away any burdens you have." "What do you mean?" Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. Tang Yu's gaze darted past Ji Qingtian and the rest before landing on Su Xiaoning. After pondering for a while, he suddenly said, "This girl here is an elixir refinement master, right?" Su Zimo did not reply and was expressionless. However, Su Xiaoning was stunned and shock flashed through her eyes. Right from the beginning, she had not revealed anything related to elixir refinement. Yet the handsome man in front of her saw through her identity immediately. How could she not be surprised? When he caught sight of Su Xiaoning's reaction, Tang Yu smiled gently and nodded. "Seems like I was right." He continued, "This girl will not be of much help once the battle with the 4 mounted bandits begins, since her cultivation realm is too low. Instead, she will become a burden. However, I can ensure her safety. If a massive battle were to break out and everything was chaotic, even Night Spirit might not be able to protect Xiaoning from harm." Tang Yu continued, "If she's talented in elixir refinement, I can even offer her a chance to join my sect." "What sect are you from?" Su Zimo asked instead. Proudly, Tang Yu declared, "One of the 4 unorthodox groups, Elixir Yang Sect." Chapter 368, Young Master Tang. Chapter 368, Young Master Tang. On Tianhuang mainland, 9 major factions ruled over the place. 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines for unorthodox groups, 3 aristocratic families, 2 islands, and 1 palace. Elixir Yang sect belonged to one of the 4 unorthodox groups and had a deep foundation. It was said that the sect's history traced back to the ancient era. Most of the renowned elixir refinement masters of the cultivation world originated from Elixir Yang sect. The strength of Elixir Yang sect was naturally lesser than the other sections. However, due to their capabilities in elixir refinement, they were well connected with the other major factions, and there was no lack of powerful beings from the cultivation world that joined them. Elixirs were essential consumables, be it for cultivation or in the battlefield. They were extremely important. Elixir Yang sect was one of the major factions within Xintian City. As a legacy disciple of Elixir Yang sect, Tang Yu was indeed qualified to make his claims. Su Xiaoning was very moved upon hearing the words Elixir Yang sect as her eyes lit up. She looked at Su Zimo expectantly but kept quiet obediently. Su Zimo remained silent and undecided. Suddenly, Tang Yu's eyes were filled with resolve, and he said, if you're able to survive 15 minutes against the attacks of the other 3 mounted bandits, Elixir Yang sect will come forth to your aid. Young master. Uncle Liang frowned and could not help but remind. To Uncle Liang, it was not enough of a reason for Elixir Yang sect to step forth, even if Su Zimo could survive 15 minutes against the other 3 mounted bandits. The moment they did so, it would mean becoming enemies with the 3 mounted bandits, and if they didn't handle that well, it would result in a bloody battle. That's too risky. Even though this man has great potential, he's not worth it, Uncle Liang whispered. Tang Yu shook his head with a resolute expression as he looked at Su Zimo, awaiting the latter's response. Why are you helping me? Su Zimo looked at Tang Yu and asked calmly. Admiration flickered through Uncle Liang's eyes when he saw Su Zimo's reaction. Although he did not recommend Tang Yu helping Su Zimo, he acknowledged the fact that this green-robed cultivator was indeed a talent as well. If it was anybody else, they would have agreed to such a sweet free deal immediately. However, this man was still rational and did not agree to it readily. Everything else, his calmness alone, was far superior to the other disciples of the younger generation. Tang Yu smiled. There's 2 reasons why I want to help you. First, it's naturally out of selfish reasons. I value your potential. Su Zimo was much less guarded when he saw how honest Tang Yu was. Nodding, he gestured for the latter to continue. Tang Yu added, Second, it's quite a pleasure seeing someone reject Bao Yunfeng's advances in Xintian City and kill him instead. I'm impressed. There's nothing to be impressed about. I merely don't want to be in the same league as the 4 mounted bandits. Su Zimo replied casually. That's the point. Waving his folding fan, Tang Yu pointed at the crowd that was gradually fading away. I guarantee that most cultivators in Xintian City would not want to be in the same league as the 4 mounted bandits. However, none of them would dare provoke the 4 mounted bandits, much less resist them. At the beginning, every cultivator might have aspired to be a just and righteous person. However, as time passes, their resolve fades as well as they eventually bow down in the face of the cruel reality. In fact, they might even turn into the type of people that they have once looked down on. However, you are different. Tang Yu's gaze landed on Su Zimo eventually as he said with a bright tone, I can still see your resolve, your conviction. There are not many people who can stay true to their hearts and push forth courageously in the cultivation world. You are one of them. Ji Qingtian and the others were the most emotional over Tang Yu's words. As Tang Yu had mentioned, all of them hated the 4 mounted bandits and did not want to be in the same league as them. However, when Bao Yunfeng came forth to recruit them, they felt a heavy load on their shoulders and went against their hearts, bearing intentions of bowing down. Smacking his lips, Su Zimo said in a self-deprecating manner, "Most people like me don't live long lives." "And that is why I'm here to help," Tang Yu smiled. Su Zimo was slightly dazed when he met with the sparkle in Tang Yu's eyes, as he felt a strange sensation surging in his heart. Hurriedly, he changed the topic and asked, "You said that you value my potential. Is there something that you want me to do?" "That's right." Tang Yu nodded. "Right now, there are many powerful figures gathered within Xiantian City, all for the sake of the ruins of an ancient sect. At that time, I hope that you'll be on the side of Elixir Yang sect. Ancient sect ruins." Ji Qingtian and the others were excited at the sound of that. The opportunities and treasures within the ruins of an ancient sect were much more than a golden core's cave abode. Furthermore, if even cultivators of Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth sect, and the unorthodox groups were gathered here, it was proof that the ruins were not ordinary. Suddenly, Uncle Yang said, "That's for the future. We'll talk about it if you manage to survive." Su Zimo pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning." "All right." Tang Yu nodded. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Xiaoning stepped forth and asked with a slightly blushed face, "Why, young Master Tang, how did you manage to identify that I was an elixir refinement master?" Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke. "Fellow Taoist, although your male disguise is superb, there are still some flaws." "Male disguise?" Ji Qingtian and the others were slightly stunned and turned to look at Tang Yu instinctively. Even though Tang Yu was extremely good-looking with eyes like a painting, there was an Adam's apple, and his chest was flat. How was he a woman? Instinctively, Tang Yu asked, "What flaws?" "Although the fragrance you emit is very faint, you can't hide it from me. By cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo had already cleared his nose orifice, and he was much more sensitive towards scents compared to others." Chapter 369, Separate Ways. Chapter 369, Separate Ways. Ji Qingtian and the others came to a realization when they saw Tang Yu's reaction, as well as 2 pink spots flushing on the latter's cheeks. Initially, Tang Yu merely wanted to tease Xiaoning out of playfulness, yet she ended up as the one teased. Everyone held back their laughter as they looked back and forth at Tang Yu and Su Zimo. Even though she was disguised as a male, Tang Yu was a woman after all and was easily embarrassed. There was no way she could handle the playful gazes that everyone was casting her as she raised her head and turned to leave in a huff. Xiaoning looked at Tang Yu's back view in a dazed manner for a long time. "Xiaoning, don't harp on it." Su Zimo coughed gently and patted Xiaoning's shoulders. Turning to look at Su Zimo, Xiaoning raised her brows slightly. Still somewhat unwilling to accept the truth, she asked, "Young Master Tang is really a woman?" Su Zimo nodded. "Heis." Xiaoning sighed and could not conceal her disappointment. Su Zimo smiled bitterly in secret. Xiaoning was at the age where a maiden's heart was blossoming. To think that her first taste of love would come from a woman. Fortunately, the 2 of them had not interacted for long, and there was nothing left after things were exposed. Not long after, Xiaoning recovered and came before Su Zimo, saying sternly, "Brother, I want to join Elixir Yang sect." "Why?" Although Su Zimo could vaguely guess the reason, he still asked. "If there's an elixir recipe for increasing one's lifespan in Tianhuang mainland, it has to be an Elixir Yang sect. I want to give it a shot." Indeed, it was as Su Zimo had expected. In truth, the greatest motivation and reason why Xiaoning became an elixir refinement master was because she wanted to learn how to refine an elixir to increase one's lifespan. Their eldest brother, Su Hong, was only a mortal. With no way to cultivate, his lifespan was a 100 at most. The reason why Xiaoning became an elixir refinement master was because she wanted to increase her eldest brother's lifespan and have him live as long as possible. However, The rarest elixirs in the cultivation world were those that could increase longevity. Those elixirs and recipes had never appeared in the territories of the great Zhou dynasty, much less Azure Frost sect. This was an extremely rare opportunity that Xiaoning did not want to give up. In reality, Su Zimo hoped that Xiaoning could join Elixir Yang sect as well. First, he had a deep feud with Blood Crow Palace, and it was highly likely that he would experience a great calamity of life and death upon returning to the sect. If Xiaoning could join Elixir Yang sect, she could avoid the calamity. Second, Elixir Yang sect was one of the 4 unorthodox groups and had a deep foundation and decent strength. It was far superior to the likes of Azure Frost sect and would suit Xiaoning's path of cultivation. Su Zimo said, "All right, I'll have Night Spirit accompany you there when the time comes." After all, he did not have much of an understanding towards Elixir Yang sect and could only feel more relieved if Night Spirit was by Xiaoning's side. Turning around, Su Zimo looked at Ji Qingtian and the others. He pondered for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "I'll stay in Xiantian City for the time being. You guys rest a while to recover your energy and leave this place as soon as possible." Little Fatty frowned and shouted, "Bro, we'll either leave or stay together." "That's right." Ji Qingtian nodded as well. Su Zimo waved it off. "I'm the target of the 3 mounted bandits. If I leave with you guys, none of us will be able to escape. My strength is enough to protect myself, but if you guys stay in the city, you'll only be sacrificing your lives for nothing. There's no need to act on impulse." Ji Qingtian and the others were silent. They knew that Su Zimo was stating the facts. There was a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator among the 3 mounted bandits, and they had hundreds of 6 Meridian Foundation establishment desperados. Given the strength of Ji Qingtian and the rest, they would not be able to survive against the attacks of hundreds of desperados, even if they were in peak condition. Right now, the help that they could provide Su Zimo was almost negligible, and they might even be a burden for him. Leaving Su Zimo and Xiantian City was perhaps the best option for them. In reality, Su Zimo wasn't entirely helpless against a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. As long as he released his blood qi, his strength would climb to another level with the aid of his demonic qi, and he could definitely contend with a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. However, if he did that, he would become a mass target and might attract even stronger foes or be surrounded by all the cultivators of Xiantian City. However, if he had to hide his demonic qi and merely work with his bloodline, Su Zimo would most likely be able to match a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator at the most with the aid of Blood Quencher. It would be extremely difficult for him to defeat or even kill a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. The exception to that was if he could unlock his mouth, eyes, and all 7 orifices to attain lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section. However, that was unrealistic. In other words, Su Zimo's only chance was to hold out for 15 minutes against the attacks of the 3 mounted bandits and wait for the assistance of Elixir Yang sect. 15 minutes. Su Zimo murmured softly. A cold glint flickered through his eyes as he began cultivating. The next morning, Tang Yu did not appear. Instead, a disciple of Elixir Yang sect came forward and asked Su Zimo about his decision. "I'll stay," Su Zimo said before turning to look at Su Xiaoning. "Xiaoning will return with you. Please tell young Master Tang that I hope that he will take good care of her." The disciple of Elixir Yang sect smiled gently. "Our young master has already expected this, so he told me in advance to inform you not to worry and that he will definitely protect Xiaoning well. Also, these are some healing elixirs, courtesy of senior brother. Hopefully, they'll be of use to you guys." Before leaving, the Elixir Yang sect disciple handed Su Zimo a storage bag containing many jade bottles of various elixirs. Su Zimo took a quick glance and did not spot any perfect elixirs. He then passed everything to Ji Qingtian and the rest. With Night Spirit's company, Xiaoning left with the Elixir Yang sect disciple. Su Zimo continued cultivating. Under such a pressing situation, the fifth spirit meridian in his body also appeared, and there was a chance he could unlock it within the next few days. With the help of the healing elixirs gifted by Tang Yu, Ji Qingtian and the others recovered swiftly and were mostly healed by the next day. This morning, Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "Senior Brother Ji, you guys should leave today. The 3 mounted bandits are going to return any time now. If we drag on, things might change and it might be too late to leave." "All right." Ji Qingtian and the others nodded without hesitating. Lung Ro, Little Fatty, and Shi Jian got up one after another as well, bidding farewell to Su Zimo. On the way, all 3 of them were silent, deep in their own thoughts. After exiting Xiantian City, Little Fatty suddenly came to a stop at the north gates. He turned and said, "Senior Brother Ji, Sister Lung Ro, and Silly Jian, I intend to explore the ancient battlefield myself. Let's bid farewell here." "I'm not silly," Shi Jian murmured. Lung Ro nodded with a cold expression. "All right." Ji Qingtian smiled. "That's my intention as well. I don't know when we're going to meet again after separating today. Everyone, please take care." "Take care." Everyone bid farewell with cupped fists, and Ji Qingtian, Lung Ro, and Little Fatty split into 3 directions on their flying swords. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Shi Jian the only one remaining. Scratching his head, he picked a random direction and sprinted with huge strides. Chapter 370, Incoming Storm. Chapter 370, Incoming Storm. Part of the reason why Su Zimo stayed on in Xiantian City was to resolve the feud with the 3 mounted bandits. At the same time, he was curious about the ancient sect ruins that Tang Yu mentioned. A sect ruin that could gather a few of Tianhuang mainland's major factions was definitely far from ordinary. Of course, the prerequisite of exploring the ruin was that he had to establish a firm standing and reputation within Xiantian City. The battle against the 4 mounted bandits was inevitable. From the moment he killed Bao Yunfeng, Su Zimo had no intention of resolving things amicably with the 4 mounted bandits. Against these villainous and violent people, there was no way Su Zimo was going to swallow things and go against his heart just because of their formidable strength. If he had any unhappiness, he would just go for sweet, direct vengeance, furiously to quell that displeasure. The worst-case scenario would be for his demonic cultivation to be exposed. At the most, he would just raise hell at that time. For the next few days, Su Zimo sat at a street corner exposed to all motionlessly. With an empty mind, he cultivated with the calmness of an old monk. On the 3rd day, Su Zimo's 5th spirit meridian appeared and took shape, stabilizing completely with spirit energy, surging within it in a full manner. Su Zimo's breakthrough did not cause much of a reaction in Xiantian City. After all, to most of the cultivators, it did not matter whether Su Zimo was at 4 or 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. In fact, even if he got to 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, the outcome would not change much. Most of them were just waiting to watch the show. Everyone wanted to know how the 3 mounted bandits were going to torment Su Zimo given their methods and the number of innocent cultivators who would be implicated due to their wrath. As time passed, the tension in Xiantian City got heavier as it meant that the 3 mounted bandits were closer to returning. This day, dark clouds shrouded the city and thunder rumbled. The skies seemed to be painted ink black as the clouds changed rapidly and rumbled. The air was filled with a damp scent indicating the arrival of a thunderstorm. A perfectly retained residence stood at the east side of Xiantian City. At the entrance, a handsome man in luxurious robes stood with hands behind his back, looking at the dark clouds with a slightly raised chin. His eyes were clear, resembling glass. A cultivator sped over from the distance, with a sect badge hanging on his waist. The handsome man in the residence had an identical one as well. If one were to pay attention, They could vaguely make out a single word, glass. "Greetings, Senior Brother Pei." The disciple arrived before the luxuriously robed man and bowed slightly, greeting with politeness. "We have news. The 3 mounted bandits have returned to the city." "All right." The luxuriously robed man replied indifferently, still gazing at the skies. The disciple continued. "I heard that Elixiryong sect is up to something. Young Master Tangyu is leading a group of cultivators towards that mansion, but we don't know why." "Fu!" Extending his palm, the luxuriously robed man looked at his long, slender fingers with a mocking expression as he said indifferently, "The 4 mounted bandits, the dhole, wolf, tiger, and leopard. Now that the leopard is dead, the remaining 3 beasts will definitely go mad. Anyone who offends them at a time like this is only asking for it. Our aim is the ruins of Elixir Pool sect. There's no need for us to waste our strength here. That Su guy is merely an ant that's overestimating his own strength." West side of Xiantian City. In a palace, a black-robed cultivator sat in the middle with a huge gold saber, a bone spear laid across his knees horizontally. Although his eyes were shut, there was a murderous aura around him. "Fiend Air, the 3 mounted bandits have returned to the city." "Got it." The black-robed cultivator replied, casually without opening his eyes. Almost at the same time, Puppet Sect, Thousand Crane Sect, the few factions within Xiantian City, caught wind of the news as countless gazes watched the long street. Before long, a storm poured and lightning flashed in the skies, interweaving like a web that threatened to engulf the ancient city. The storm was heavy and fierce. In the blink of an eye, the green robes that Su Zimo was wearing were drenched. Even so, he continued sitting where he was, upright with his eyes closed. He had a calm expression, as though he was indifferent towards everything. Not far away, Tangyu looked at the green-colored figure with a dazed expression. A moment later, she snapped out of her stupor and glanced askance. "Uncle Liang, do you think he can survive for 15 minutes? "It's difficult." Uncle Liang shook his head. "The 3 mounted bandits aside, just the thousands of desperados they have with them are enough to tear that man apart. My brother will definitely make it." Standing beside Tangyu, Su Xiaoning gripped her fists and said resolutely. Beside her, Night Spirit sprawled on the ground quietly, protecting Xiaoning in silence. On the long street, the rain grew heavier and the wind gusted more intensely. In that storm, the sounds of hooves could be heard from far away, intensifying in volume and clarity. Gradually, the hooves sounded like thunder. Even the storm could not cover up the surging killing intent coming from the end of the long street. Vaguely, 3 figures appeared in the misty rain, approaching from afar. It was the 3 mounted bandits, the ancient remnant beasts that all 3 of them rode on let out heavy panting sounds. With bloodshot eyes, they gave off a feral aura as they glared at the street corner keenly. Behind the 3 of them was a large army of mounted riders, coming with ferocity. At a glance, there were over 1,000 people. 1,000 desperados coupled with a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. This was a force not to be underestimated in the ancient battlefield, let alone Xiantian City. In reality, top factions like Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were stronger than the 4 mounted bandits. However, there were many factions gathered within Xiantian City right now contending for the ruins of Elixir Pool Sect. No one was willing to provoke the 4 mounted bandits, lest their strength was weakened for the contention of the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. At the street corner, Su Zimo was long drenched and his black hair was stuck together, looking absolutely wretched. 1,000 feet. 500 feet. The 3 mounted bandits were closing in, and Su Zimo could even sense the stench coming forth from the mouths of their 3 ancient remnant beasts. However, he did not move still. Suddenly, when the 3 mounted bandits entered the vicinity of 300 feet. Zimo opened his eyes, and a gigantic bow had appeared in his hands out of nowhere. He bent the bow and loaded the arrows. Bow like a full moon and arrows like shooting stars. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of arrows tearing through the air was almost melded into one. That bow was none other than the moon concealment bow, the quasi-connate spirit weapon. When 5 spirit patterns lit up on the bow in Zimo's hands, Lang Ten felt a sense of uneasiness. The next moment, a cold flash appeared before him, almost closing in. The speed of the arrow was too fast, and any ordinary 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator would have been dead. However, Lang Tan's reaction was much faster than ordinary cultivators given his countless life and death experiences in the jungle. In a flash, he slanted his face sideways. A cold beam brushed by his cheek, cutting a blood wound. It was a close shave. He had dodged it. However, before Lang Ten could relax, his eyelids twitched, and he saw another cold beam shooting over, aimed at his glabella. The second arrow was arriving, and he had no chance to react at all. These were consecutive arrows. Lang Ten felt his hair stand on end. It was extremely lucky that he was able to dodge the first arrow. However, there was nothing he could do to evade this second arrow. Chapter 371, 10 Consecutive Arrows. Chapter 371, 10 Consecutive Arrows. Clang. Chai Li, who was beside Lang Tan, was the first to react. Withdrawing a long saber at his waist, his spirit energy surged and 7 spirit meridians lit up. With a holler and furious killing intent, Chai Li swung a reverse slash onto the incoming arrow. The cold light dissipated, and the arrow was split into 2. Zimo's gaze narrowed. It was extremely difficult if one wanted to stop an arrow that was tearing through the air. It was not just a test of one's eyesight and reaction, but also their accuracy, as well as the timing of striking with the saber. Given Zimo's bloodline, arm strength, and the fact that he was using a quasi-connate spirit weapon, the moon concealment bow, that arrow was extremely powerful, and even the strongest 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to deal with it. However, for Chai Li, who was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, he was able to take on that arrow unscathed. That was the reason why 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were terrifying. Be it in terms of reaction, speed, or strength, they were significantly superior in all aspects. In reality, Chai Li was the one feeling shocked at the moment. Even though he had defended against that arrow, his palm felt like it was about to split, and his wrist was a little numb. What did that mean? It meant that the power of that arrow was enough to threaten him. Suddenly, Chai Li realized that it was no wonder why Bao Yinfeng died. Before he was finished with his thought, the 3rd arrow right after the 2nd. The next moment, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 10th arrows. 10 consecutive arrows enveloped the 3 mounted bandits. The storm poured, and the arrow rain was incoming. Chai Li and Hu Meng's expressions changed starkly, and they were no longer bothered to save Lang Tan as they scurried to protect themselves. Thanks to Chai Li's defense of the previous arrow, Lang Tan managed to catch some breathing space. He whipped out a saber with his left hand and crushed a protection talisman with his right. The moment the protection barrier was formed, the cold beam arrived. Snap! Cracks spread out on the surface of the protection barrier. It was pierced with a single arrow. Pissed. Lang Tan's expression changed. The killing power of that single arrow was so terrifying. His protection talisman was one of the top-tier grade 2 talismans and could defend against a full-powered attack of a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. However, it was destroyed by a single arrow right now. Yet another flash of light shot through the misty rain and approached. By now, Lang Tan had nowhere to dodge with his protection talisman crushed. The only thing he could do was to grip his saber with both hands and slash forward with all his might. Clang! When the saber collided with the arrow, sparks flew everywhere, and the saber was actually repelled. The cold light paused for a moment before it pierced through Lang Tan's chest, causing a bloody arrow to exit from the back. Lang Tan fell from his black bane wolf, and his eyes gradually dimmed as his life force left his body. The entire process of Su Zimo opening his eyes, withdrawing the moon concealment bow, and loading it happened at almost the same time. He had only attacked when the 3 mounted bandits were within 300 feet. If the distance was too far, the power of the arrows would be reduced, and they would be too slow, giving a longer reaction time to his opponents. If the distance was too near, a bow wouldn't be too useful. Around 300 feet or 100 meters was sufficient for Su Zimo. The arrows would be almost instant against the 3 mounted bandits who were charging over. Within 100 meters, the 10 consecutive arrows killed Lang Tan of the 4 mounted bandits on the long street. All the cultivators who saw it happen were secretly shocked. If they were in Lang Tan's place, it would be difficult for them to survive the 10 arrows as well. Not far away, Uncle Leong nodded. I've got to say that this person's trump cards are very strong and can even threaten 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. However, his flaws are obvious too. The advantage of a bow was in ranged combat. At melee distance, a bow was nothing but a burden. After the 10 arrows, the remaining 2 mounted bandits and thousands of mounted riders charged over and had already arrived before Su Zimo. Even if Su Zimo was in possession of a connate bow, it would be useless given such proximity, let alone the fact that the moon concealment bow was only a quasi-connate spirit weapon. Next up was melee combat. The slightest mistake could lead to a decapitation. Die. Hu Meng was the first to arrive as he wielded a massive copper spear with a face on its tip and shone with 4 spirit patterns in his hands. It looked like it weighed 5 tons as Hu Meng swung it toward Su Zimo. The copper spear was so powerful that rain could not even fall through its arc of attack. Look, it's a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Hu Meng has also advanced to 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. 7 spirit meridians shone on the surface of Hu Meng's body. The remaining 2 of the 4 mounted bandits were both at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Uncle Liang sighed. That Su Zimo is unlucky. A single 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator is more than enough to kill him. To think that even Hu Meng has advanced to 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Standing behind Tang Yu was a man with a haughty expression. He crossed his arms and sneered, 15 minutes? He's not going to even last 10 breaths. That's not for sure, Tang Yu frowned. Xiaoning looked intently at the battlefield with slightly shivering arms, revealing the nervousness she felt. Sensing her emotions, Tang Yu glanced sideways and held Xiaoning's palm, nudging it slightly to comfort the latter. Xiaoning took a deep breath of air and gradually composed herself. Clang! The moment Hu Meng struck, Su Zimo put away his moon concealment bow and withdrew a gigantic blood-red saber from his storage bag. Blood Quencher arrived with a torrential killing intent. Ooh, ooh. The bronze spear was considered as a special weapon. While it wasn't mobile, its advantage was in its might. Furthermore, the features on its face were extremely lifelike, resembling an enraged Vajra with formidable might that rattled one's heart. During a fight, cultivators will tend to meet one another's gaze every now and then. As long as they were slightly distracted and lost focus in their strength, they would practically be smashed to a pulp, without even a corpse left. Su Zimo was churning his bloodline and using his full might for each of the 10 consecutive arrows. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed one of the 3 mounted bandits head-on as well. But right now, Hu Meng had rushed over. This was the time when Su Zimo had just exhausted his strength and had yet to recover. All he could do was raise blood, Quencher to defend it in front of himself passively. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing echoed when the copper spear collided against Blood Quencher. Su Zimo's body trembled, and he staggered 3 steps back. Right after, Chiley did not give Su Zimo any breathing room and charged over on the black feather dole that he was riding on. He slashed his saber horizontally, aimed at Su Zimo's throat. Su Zimo raised his saber to defend once more. Clang! Once again, Su Zimo's body shook as though he was struck by an irresistible force. His body retreated, and his feet dug through the ground, opening up 2 ravines that were filled with rainwater instantly. The difference in strength is too great. He's not a match for them at all. That's right. That person is going to die instantly once the 1,000-odd cultivators strike. I reckon that his internal organs are probably ruptured after receiving 2 blows from Chai Li and Hu Meng. He's probably putting on a strong front. Both sides had only exchanged a few blows, but it was enough to give many hints about the situation. Su Zimo was indeed disadvantaged on the surface. However, in reality, it was only because his energy had run out due to the consecutive arrows. His enemies had merely seized the opportunity while he was weak to strike, creating that false appearance of an advantage. In fact, the moment he received the second attack from Chai Li, Su Zimo's killing intent had already surged. He almost could not contain the demonic chi in his body and wanted to retaliate by bursting forth with his power of blood chi. Chapter 372, Fierce Battle in the Rain. Chapter 372, Fierce Battle in the Rain. Kill. Chai Li rode on the black feather dole with a venomous gaze that shone with a cruel glint. Waving his arms, he flew into the air and lunged toward Su Zimo. Roar. Squeak. On the ground, the black bane wolf, black feather dole, and Rahu tiger opened their mouths and let out deafening roars. All 3 of them were ancient remnant beasts and emanated boundless demonic chi. With massive bodies and sharp claws, they had already cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment. Splitting into 3 directions, the 3 ancient remnant beasts charged toward Su Zimo. It was especially so for the black bane wolf. After witnessing its owner shot to death by this green-robed cultivator, the only thing it wanted to do right now was to rip this man's throat into pieces. In midair, Chai Li wielded his saber and descended from the skies along with Hu Meng and his copper spear. The 1,000-odd desperados had already charged forward, surrounding the place completely and leaving Su Zimo with no room to escape. Kill, kill, kill. The desperados chanted furiously and attacked. Some of them summoned flying swords, some of them released spirit arts, and others wielded sabers and axes. When they saw that, the spectators shook their heads and sighed to themselves. Even legacy disciples of factions such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect would not be able to escape an attack as such unscathed, let alone a 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator such as Su Zimo. Tang Yu's gaze was burning and fixed on Su Zimo the entire time. To her surprise, she could not spot the slightest bit of panic or fear on Su Zimo's face. In fact, there was a vague trace of excitement in those bright eyes of his. Su Zimo's lips were curled slightly, showing a faint smirk. He was smiling. What sort of a person is he? Tang Yu frowned slightly. She truly could not understand how Su Zimo could smile in such a deadly situation. Ha! 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 Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed into the skies, enunciating 3 resounding syllables. After his laugh, the rain around him seemed to be repelled by an invisible force as they spilled outwards. The surrounding desperados were shocked. The voice seemed to be rattling their minds, causing their visions to blur. Everyone's hands trembled. At that moment, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and his figure flashed. Before Chai Li and Hu Meng descended, he charged towards the 3 ancient remnant beasts. In that pouring rain, Su Zimo, left behind a series of afterimages that lingered for a brief moment before vanishing in the raindrops. Even 3 beasts are thinking of taking my life. Roaring into laughter, Suzimo did not hold back the disdain in his eyes as his bloodline churned, letting out the sound of tsunami, thunder and tigers and leopards that caused one to shiver. Against the 3 incoming ancient remnant beasts, Suzimo slashed in reverse. The gigantic saber's blood beam expanded, engulfing the Rahu tiger and black feather dhole within it. Right after, Suzimo strode forward and slammed down, using his left fist as a seal and punching onto the black bane wolf's head. The black bane wolf's eyes shone with violence, and it did not retreat nor dodge. Instead, it reached out at Suzimo's throat with its sharp claws. The black bane wolf was much bigger than Suzimo in size. Under normal circumstances, before Suzimo could even punch the black bane wolf, the latter's claws would have already ripped his throat apart. The black bane wolf's eyes shone with excitement. It could visualize the human before it being shred by its claws. All of a sudden, a change occurred on the battlefield. The instant the black bane wolf lunged forward, Suzimo's bones and tendons sounded together. His tendons expanded and contracted like a bowstring and echoed with vibrating sounds. Pang! 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 Suzimo's arm expanded rapidly as he struck first, his fist transforming into a green-black seal that landed heavily onto the head of the black bane wolf. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Among the spirit demons, wolves were said to have bronze skulls and iron bones. In other words, the head of a wolf was the toughest part of its body. But right now, the head of the black bane wolf, an ancient remnant beast, was crushed by a single punch from Suzimo. Its brain juice splattered as it gave a tragic shriek before dying on the spot. If the black bane wolf was said to have a skull made of bronze and iron bones, Suzimo's fist would be equivalent to a diamond that was indestructible and almighty. After killing the black bane wolf with a single punch, the black feather dhole and Rahu tiger retreated against the sharpness of Blood Quencher. At this moment, the attacks of the other cultivators arrived. The 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators that posed the greatest threat to Suzimo, Chai Li and Humeng, were charging forth once again with their respective weapons. A bloody battle had erupted completely. Clang! Clang! Suzimo slapped a storage bag and summoned 18 supreme-grade flying swords, conjuring the candlelight sword formation right away. This time round, the candlelight sword formation was not used offensively, but completely defensively. The attacks of the 1,000-odd desperados were too concentrated, and it was no longer possible to just rely on spirit perception. Cling! Clang! The circular sword formation spun and blocked the many incoming flying swords at the back. Fortunately, Suzimo had advanced to 5 Meridian Foundation establishment and had a massive boost in his spirit energy. Otherwise, the candlelight sword formation would have dispersed after a short while under the countless spirit weapons and spirit arts. Swash! Suzimo's figure flashed, and he weaved between the concentrated attacks, dodging the strikes of Chai Li and Humeng. Barging right into the crowd, he wielded Blood Quencher and cleaved around him. Poof! 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 Suzimo did not know any saber techniques at all. However, his bloodline was extremely strong and his strength was unparalleled. Coupled with the sharpness and weight of Blood Quencher, he overwhelmed every single location he was at. The bodies of those cultivators could not withstand the blood beam of the saber. Anyone that Blood Quencher touched was sliced into half with fresh blood pouring everywhere. Even if there were cultivators who could barely withstand the might of Blood Quencher, thanks to their own spirit weapons, they were sent flying by the tremendous force transmitted by the sharp blade, and their organs were ruptured before they even landed. Clang! Clang! Swinging Blood Quencher, Suzimo clashed against Chai Li and Humeng head-on once more. This time round, Suzimo did not budge a single step. His bloodline seemed to be boiling as he howled and took a step forward, slashing twice. Clang! Clang! Chai Li and Hu Meng's spirit energies churned rapidly in their dantians as they resisted Suzimo's attacks. Their expressions did not change, and the killing intent in their eyes merely intensified. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind blew. The black feather dole took advantage of the moment when Suzimo was fighting Chai Li and Hu Meng to lunge forward, aiming for Suzimo's back silently with its sharp claws. If the attack connected, Suzimo's heart could be ripped out. Without even turning back, Suzimo whipped backwards. His arm that was hard as a rock earlier on suddenly turned limp and flexible like an elephant's trunk. With a swoosh, it struck the black feather dole on the head. Crack! 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 In front of everyone, the black feather dole's head spun a few rounds around its neck before coming to a stop. Its neck was snapped completely, and it died on the spot. Seizing that opportunity, the Rahu tiger charged and bit towards Suzimo's neck. Suzimo seemed like he had nowhere to run when all of a sudden, a gigantic pair of wings extended behind his back, shining with a bedazzling spirit light. The spirit wings flapped, and Suzimo rose into the air without anything beneath his feet. Shing! He was still a step too slow. Suzimo's left leg was scratched by the Rahu tiger's claws, and a few cuts appeared on his robes, with traces of blood vaguely shown beneath. He was injured. It was less than 15 minutes since the battle started, and Suzimo was already injured. Furthermore, Suzimo's situation would only turn more dangerous the longer things dragged on. The rain was still pouring relentlessly. Chapter 373, Bloodstained Longstreet. Chapter 373, Bloodstained Longstreet. If any other cultivator received that attack, their legs might have been ripped off entirely. However, Suzimo had an extremely strong physique. The moment the Rahu tiger's claws dug in, it was met with great resistance, and it merely left behind a couple of wounds that were neither negligible nor fatal. The muscles on Suzimo's legs shifted and patched both sides of the wounds, stopping the blood flow immediately. The strength of his physique was not merely in terms of raw power. His regeneration capabilities that even ancient remnant beasts would covet was what made Suzimo so strong in sustained fights. Smacking his lips, Suzimo's eyes had no trace of fear and were instead shining with fervor. The spirit wings flapped, and Suzimo's speed was at a maximum. Turning into a streak of light, he shot into the crowd and waved Blood Quencher, causing blood to spray all over the place. Cling! Clang! Countless spirit weapons were shattered into pieces. Many figures fell onto the long street one after another, coughing out mouthful of blood with not much longer to live. Swoosh! Hu Meng wielded his copper spear and descended from the skies, crushing towards Suzimo's head with an evil gust of wind. Shadows of swords were still around, flickering coldly. Suzimo had not much room to dodge at all. He could only rely on the spinning candlelight sword formation to guard his surroundings. Taking a deep breath of air, Suzimo turned around sharply and slashed upwards. Clang! The sound of metal clanging echoed deafeningly. Even the many desperados in the surroundings felt their ears hurt from the sound, let alone Suzimo, who was in the center of everything. Suzimo's body shuddered, and the stone slab beneath his feet shattered. Both his legs sank into the ground, and he seemed much shorter all of a sudden. This time round, it was clear that Suzimo was disadvantaged. In reality, if it was a one-on-one battle, Suzimo's strength would not be weaker than Hu Meng, even if the latter was a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. However, apart from Hu Meng, Suzimo was surrounded by 1,000-odd desperados, an ancient remnant beast, and another 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Under such circumstances, it was already extremely fortunate that Suzimo was able to hold out. This situation resembled that night in Mo's spirit weapon workshop when the two dying golden cores arrived to assassinate him. In truth, the strength of a golden core was more than enough to kill him. However, with the help of Night Spirit, Su Zimo made use of his opponent's underestimation of him, precise grasp of timing and environment, his blood-bone palm, and various other factors to kill the golden cores instead. In a true battle, there was no way Su Zimo would have been a match for the golden cores, not even if he took on his demon form. The formation of a core was the first step of breaking free from the restrictions of heaven and earth, and it was nothing to scoff at. Even golden cores in their twilight years were not people that Foundation establishment cultivators could go against. Their powers and might were not to be trifled with. Right now, even if Su Zimo activated his bloodline, his strength was only enough to match Chai Li and Hu Meng. However, he was definitely disadvantaged with the addition of so many desperados attacking him continuously. Swash! A cold flash of light shot over. Su Zimo merely felt his vision blur, and he could not identify where Chai Li's blade was. It was an extremely advanced saber technique. If Su Zimo had unlocked his eye orifice, his eye power would increase tremendously, and he would be able to see through illusions, thus reading where Chai Li's blade was at. But right now, Su Zimo knew nothing about saber techniques, and he could only retreat in the face of that attack. That single retreat caused many openings in Su Zimo's original defense to be exposed. At this moment, when he was surrounded, the use of his spirit perception was almost negligible, no matter how powerful it was. The pouring rain resembled the myriad of attacks. Even if Su Zimo could sense them, he could not avoid everything. It was so crowded and intense that it was asphyxiating. Although he managed to dodge Chai Li's fatal attack, a few more wounds appeared on Su Zimo's body in the blink of an eye as his blood was washed away by the rain. He won't be able to hold on for much longer if this goes on. A body-tempered cultivator like him will definitely turn weaker as he loses more blood. His situation's only going to get worse. What a pity. That man truly does have the strength to go against the 4 mounted bandits, sigh. Tang Yu was motionless in the face of the remarks of the crowd, merely looking slightly worried. Su Xiaoning's gaze was fixed on that shrinking green figure battling within the crowd. Pursing her lips tightly, her vision was gradually blurred by a layer of misty rain. Corpses laid all around Su Zimo's feet in a terrifying sight. Despite the fact that he was being held up by 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators and the bombardment of 1,000-odd desperados, Su Zimo still managed to kill off more than 100 Foundation establishment cultivators with his terrifying melee combat strength. His green robes were almost stained red by this point. Su Zimo, surrender now, and I can let you die with a full corpse. Chai Li's sinister voice sounded. Haha. Su Zimo burst into laughter. Chai Li, even if you surrender now, I won't leave you with a full corpse. I'm definitely going to chop your head off. Su Zimo, I'm going to mince you as revenge for my brother. Hu Meng roared. Kill him. Kill him. The desperados' eyes were bloodshot as they swarmed in. As time passed, the number of injuries on Su Zimo's body increased. Some of them had split open once more after healing up. The long street was dyed red with blood. Even the pouring rain could not wash away all the blood on the stone slabs. To everyone, Su Zimo was already sluggish right now. He was no longer as agile as he was earlier, and the candlelight sword formation that he had summoned was also swaying against the continuous attacks and could disperse at any moment. In fact, Su Zimo's spirit wings had already vanished due to his immense expenditure of spirit energy. He was at the end of the road. Uncle Liang shook his head. That lad's bound to die within 50 breaths. Tang Yu frowned and glanced askance at the cultivators behind her. She could still order Elixir Yang's sect to join the battle right now. However, they were bound to suffer immense losses if they were to enter at this moment. that would reduce their chances for the elixir pool sect ruins contention even further. Personally, she wanted to help Su Zimo. However, she was the leader of Elixir Yang Sect's expedition this time round. Every single decision she made had to be for the sect's interests, and she could not take part in the battle right now. Heis! Tang Yu's eyes dimmed as she sighed internally. The omnipresent pain struck Su Zimo's nerves repeatedly, and his mind was incomparably clear. I was still forced to this point in the end. The demonic chi within Su Zimo's body rumbled, and his eyes shone with a scarlet glint. The moment he released his power of blood chi, Su Zimo would still retain human form. However, he would be shrouded by demonic chi and would resemble an ancient demon that descended into the world, increasing his strength by fold such that he would be able to slay 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Just as well. I'll kill to my heart's content today. Right as Su Zimo made up his mind to reveal his demonic cultivation and burst forth with his power of blood chi, a familiar voice sounded from outside the battlefield. Bro, you told me not to act on impulse. But today, I'm going to act on impulse. Right after, another voice came from another direction. Zimo, I'm not going to be your burden this time round. Immediately after that, a cold female voice sounded. I've just crafted a few new talismans. What a coincidence! I was looking to test them out. Chapter 374, Fighting Shoulder to Shoulder. Chapter 374, Fighting Shoulder to Shoulder. Upon hearing the 3 familiar voices, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly. It's them. Tang Yu was slightly shocked. The 3 of them were the cultivators that had followed Su Zimo into the city right from the start. Apart from the person called Ji Qingtian, who was at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, the other 2 were at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. Back then, Tang Yu thought it was a wise move for them to leave Xiantian City. Given their cultivation realms, it was only a matter of time before they were killed by the 1,000-odd desperados if they had remained in Xiantian City. However, Tang Yu did not expect that 3 out of the 4 people who had left would return. The haughty man behind Tang Yu sneered. They've returned to Xiantian City despite knowing that they would die. How stupid! Even though most of the cultivators present harbored the same thoughts, hearing it aloud was extremely unpleasant. Yan Jun! Tang Yu frowned and turned back to chide softly. Although the cultivator named Yan Jun was a disciple of Elixir Yang sect as well, he belonged to the battle hall of the sect. At 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, he was one of their core forces for the expedition to the ancient battlefield, and Tang Yu could not scold him too harshly. Yan Jun harumphed and said nothing more. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the sound, gentle yet resolute. It's not stupidity but loyalty. Xiaoning had a meek nature and would swallow her indignances even if she was wronged. It took immense courage for her to rebut as such. However, she truly could not let things go at the moment. For some reason, a sense of frustration surged through her as she gripped her fists tightly and glared at Yan Jun. Someone like you will never know what loyalty means. Loyalty? Does that bullshit mean heading to death together? Yan Jun snorted and looked at Su Xiaoning mockingly. He smirked and continued coldly, since you know what loyalty is, how about you join them to die too, huh? Yan Jun was a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator after all, who knew how much blood his hands were stained with for him to cultivate to such a point and enter the ancient battlefield. Xiaoning felt her heart sink when she met with Yan Jun's cold gaze and stumbled back half a step, subconsciously. Right then, Night Spirit, who was sprawled on the ground, opened its eyes. Its pitch-black eyes emitted a dark glow that flickered. Instantly, the temperature around them dipped. All the cultivators present, including Uncle Liang, felt a chilling intent that sent shivers down their spines, as though they were targeted by some ancient and violent being that could rip them apart at any moment. Uncle Liang's heart skipped a beat. Yanjun, who was initially haughty and fiery, felt his hair stand on end. An unprecedented shadow of death enveloped him, making him feel cold. Sensing Night Spirit's actions, Xiaoning hurriedly reached out and patted Night Spirit on its head with her petite hands, gesturing for it to not act recklessly. After all, Elixir Yang sect was the only possibility within Xiantian City that might back Su Zimo up. If Night Spirit were to kill Yanjun, it would be equivalent to pitting Elixir Yang sect against Su Zimo. Night Spirit closed its eyes once more. Instantly, the surrounding chill vanished. It was as though everything everyone had felt earlier was merely an illusion. Many cultivators were confused and exchanged glances with lingering fear. Only a few people had noticed Night Spirit's actions earlier on. Uncle Liang took a deep, meaningful glance at Night Spirit. Yanjun shuddered and looked around, only heaving a sigh of relief and looked more relaxed after discovering nothing. On the long street, Senior Brother Ji, Sister Lung Ro. Little Fatty's eyes were filled with surprise when he caught sight of Ji Qingtian, who was flapping with ethereal wings, and Lung Ro, who was charging in from another direction. It was the same reaction for Ji Qingtian and Lung Ro. This was a battle which they would most likely die, and no one could make the decisions for anyone else. None of them knew what the others thought and did not want to pressurize anyone else. That was the reason why they parted ways after leaving Xiantian City. But now they had all returned telepathically to Xiantian City and chose to fight alongside Su Zimo. This was chemistry. Wielding a gigantic axe that shone with 4 spirit lights, Little Fatty charged into the crowd and chopped wildly in front of him. 6 spirit meridians shone on Little Fatty's rotund body. On the other side, Lung Ro threw out dozens of talismans and summoned her flying sword before charging into the battlefield with 6 spirit meridians shining from her body as well. 2 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Both of them were only at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment when they left Xiantian City. There was only a single possibility how the 2 of them advanced to 6 Meridian Foundation establishment in such a short period of time. Like Su Zimo, both Little Fatty and Lung Ro broke through to 5 Meridian Foundation establishment during this period of time. Right after, they consumed the Meridian unlocking elixir and advanced to 6 Meridian Foundation establishment right away. A pair of spirit wings appeared behind Ji Qingtian as he soared into the air, bursting with laughter. 7 spirit meridians appeared imperceptibly beneath his robes. 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Ji Qingtian had broken through as well. Given Ji Qingtian's endowment, he had a chance of breaking through to 7 Meridian Foundation establishment in the ancient battlefield. However, there was no way that could be accomplished so quickly. In other words, he made the same decision as Little Fatty and Lung Ro. He consumed the Meridian unlocking elixir. The 3 of them smiled at one another from the depths of their hearts. The Meridian unlocking elixir was only effective when consumed for the first time, and neither of them had intended to use it at their current cultivation realms. However, all of them made the same decision to consume it for this battle without discussing or informing one another beforehand. They gave up the chance of a high cultivation and abandoned their possibility of escaping just for this battle. Su Zimo understood. The moment he saw their return, he understood everything. However, even though he was emotional and his lips were quivering at this moment, he could not say a single word. "I'm here too." Suddenly, an honest-looking cultivator appeared on the battlefield. With a loud roar, he swung his metal rod and repelled 2 desperados. Silly Jian. Little Fatty's heart skipped a beat when he heard that voice as he turned in disbelief. At this moment, all 4 of them who left Xiantian City had returned. A warm feeling surged through Su Zimo's heart when he saw that his injuries no longer felt as painful. There was no need for words or thanks. Understanding the fact that the four of them had never left and returned to fight shoulder to shoulder with him during the most critical juncture was more than enough. Ha ha ha. Finally, Su Zimo burst out into laughter. Ji Qingtian was laughing, as was Lung Ro, as was Little Fatty, as was Shi Jian. Amidst the flashing swords and entrapment, the five of them looked drenched and wretched, yet they were laughing wantonly in happiness from the bottom of their hearts. Someone teared, but in the blink of an eye, it was mixed with the rain and rolled down their cheek. Silly Jian, you said that you're not silly, so why did you return? Little Fatty asked. I got lost, Shi Jian replied. Chapter 375. Stripped of their title. Chapter 375. Stripped of their title. Bro, there's no way you're going to chase us away now. Little Fatty burst into laughter. By now, Little Fatty, Shi Jian, and Lung Ro were already in the battlefield and were surrounded. Even if they wanted to retreat, there was no way for them to do so unless they wiped the desperados out. Even though Little Fatty, Lung Ro, and Shi Jian were at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, their strength were similar to the desperados around them. It was especially so for Little Fatty and Lung Ro, who had just advanced to 6 Meridian Foundation establishment. Their roots were not stable yet, and they could not compare to the other 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in terms of strength. The moment the three of them entered the battlefield, they were surrounded. Thankfully, Ji Qingtian was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment and could maneuver the battlefield with ease due to ethereal wings. Through his skillful mastery of sword wielding, he helped the three of them resolve multiple crises. The four of them were gradually gathered. There were a few times when Ji Qingtian wanted to break out of the entrapment to assist Su Zimo. However, Shi Jian and the others would be in immediate danger the moment he was slightly distracted. Nobody would be able to imagine the terror of being attacked by hundreds of fanatic desperados unless they experienced it personally. From all directions, the attacks fell like torrential rain, relentlessly. That Ji Qingtian has just advanced to 7 Meridian Foundation establishment and is unable to use his full potential just yet. He's still weaker after all. That's right. Even ants can kill an elephant in numbers. The return of those four isn't going to affect the situation much. They are merely delaying their deaths. Many cultivators discussed. Even though Ji Qingtian and the others had returned to the battlefield and changed the situation, no one thought highly of them. After all, the numbers were still stacked against Su Zimo's group. However, everyone's impression towards Ji Qingtian and the others changed with time. Huddled together, Ji Qingtian, Lung Ro, Little Fatty, and Shi Jian formed a triangular formation. As the strongest one, Ji Qingtian took one corner. As a talisman master, Lung Ro had a seemingly infinite number of talismans in her storage bag. Furthermore, her fighting strength was strong as she decked out endless offensive, defensive, and support type talismans. As such, she took on another corner. Little Fatty and Shi Jian joined hands and formed the final corner. Their triangle formation was extremely stable and unyielding. With no obvious openings and constant changes, their chemistry was flawless, and they managed to withstand the rushes of hundreds of desperados. On the contrary, there were desperados getting injured and dying all around the four of them. Su Zimo had led them to this place from the borders of the ancient battlefield, and they had been through way too many battles and dangerous situations. Their journey had been arduous and filled with killing. This was a formation they were all too familiar with. Head over there and kill the four of them. Chai Li commanded swiftly. Before long, he and Hu Meng were the only ones left in front of Su Zimo. The appearance of Ji Qingtian and the others had successfully lifted Su Zimo's burden by attracting the remaining desperados. At this point, a change had finally happened in the situation where the four mounted bandits faction was firmly supposed to win. The outcome of this battle was starting to turn obscure. Or rather, Even if the 4 mounted bandits won, it would be a tragic victory and they would lose the strength to contend for the Elixir Pool sect ruins with the other factions. Hu Meng stood on the long street and looked at Su Zimo, who was filled with blood with a deep hint of shock in his eyes. He truly could not imagine how this person was able to hold out to now with so many injuries. If he was in that situation, he might have died long ago. Su Zimo, you're at the end of the road now. You have at least 30 wounds on your body, and you'll die just by bleeding. Stop struggling. Chai Li's voice was cold as he glared at Su Zimo keenly. As long as Su Zimo revealed an opening, Chai Li would strike and land a fatal blow. However, he was disappointed. Su Zimo's expression was calm as usual, and there were no signs of fatigue on that elegant face of his. It was merely paler than before. The fighting intent in his eyes intensified and burned, even shimmering with a glint of excitement. Chai Li felt a little nervous instead. The 4 mounted bandits shall be stripped of their title today. Su Zimo smiled with a fervent killing intent. Clang! Clang! Blood quencher rang, and the sound of metal clashing echoed all over the place. Roaring into the skies, Su Zimo strode forward and swung the massive sword, enveloping Chai Li and Hu Meng in his arc. With a torrential aura, there was no way he resembled someone that was injured. Clang! Clang! Blood quencher collided with the copper spear and saber as sparks flew, while a deafening screech resounded. It was clear despite the rumbling thunder. Chai Li and Hu Meng shuddered and stumbled back half a step. This was the first time the two of them were forced back since the start of the battle. Again, Su Zimo burst into laughter and strode forward. With a bang, a gigantic ravine formed on the ground as the stone slabs on both sides were knocked up, making an arc in midair. The blood beam of blood quencher intensified and descended upon the two of their heads. With nowhere to run, Chai Li and Hu Meng could only face it head-on again. Thud! 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 The two of them retreated once more with pale expressions. Suddenly, a layer of fear shrouded Chai Li and Hu Meng's hearts. The commotion caused by the battle was too great. The number of cultivators gathered increased, and the major factions of Xiantian City were alerted as well. Successors of Puppet Sect and Thousand Crane Sect arrived, watching the tragic battlefield on the long street with slight expressions. East side of Xiantian City, a luxuriously robed man stood in front of a mansion. Hands behind his back, he looked into the skies with a narrowed gaze. His eyes were clear, resembling glass. Senior Brother Pei, a cultivator of Glass Palace, sped over in the rain. Arriving in front of the luxuriously robed man, he greeted with cupped fists. The 4 mounted bandits have returned, and there's a massive battle on the long street. Victory is undecided for now. The luxuriously robed man was distracted, and his eyes were dazed, as though he had heard nothing. A moment later, his expression changed as he turned slowly, frowning towards the Glass Palace cultivator. Undecided. Yes. The Glass Palace cultivator nodded. Lang Tan of the 4 mounted bandits was shot to death by Su Zimo right away. That person has a perfect spirit weapon in his possession and is extremely strong in melee combat. Thereafter, 4 people arrived and helped Su Zimo on the battlefield. Until now, the outcome is unclear. Su Zimo is fighting with the 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, Chai Li and Hu Meng, and it's hard to tell who is stronger. 5 of them managed to survive the mass attacks of 1,000-odd desperados up till now. And he's even holding his ground against 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Interesting, interesting. The luxuriously robed man lowered his head and gazed at his long, slender fingers while murmuring. A moment later, his eyes shimmered as though he made up his mind about something, saying suddenly, "Get some men to accompany me to take a look." Understood. At the same time, in a palace at the west side of the city, A malevolent earth sect cultivator strode over briskly and knelt down in front of a blood-robed cultivator, reporting with a lowered head. Fiend Air, the 4 mounted bandits have suffered massive casualties in the battle on the Long Street. Su Zimo is not dead yet, and the battle is still raging on with an undecided outcome. Suddenly, the black-robed cultivator opened his eyes with a momentary malevolent aura bursting from him as he asked with a narrowed gaze, "He managed to hold out till now?" After pondering for a moment, he stood up and gripped the bone spear in front of him before remarking coldly, "Let's go take a look." The battle on the Long Street had alarmed the entire Xiantian city. Chapter 376, Wrath of Thunder. Chapter 376, Wrath of Thunder. Dark clouds interweaved with occasional flashes of lightning, streaking through the heavens like electric pythons. The world flickered intermittently with bright flashes of light and darkness. Shadows filled the Long Street. The battle continued relentlessly and tragically. All the cultivators of both factions were already at the limits of their strength. Ji Qingtian and the other 3 were filled with injuries. While the triangle formation was still surviving, it was not going to last for much longer. On the other side of the battlefield, Su Zimo grew fiercer the longer the fight dragged on. He had managed to hold out till now, thanks to his robust bloodline and terrifying physique, suppressing both Chai Li and Hu Meng instead. The situation was still undecided. Whichever side of the battlefield came out victorious first would affect the outcome of the entire situation. For Su Zimo, it was easy if he wanted to win this battle. He had a final trump card: demon form. After taking on his demon form, the 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators before him would be dead for sure. However, if he did that, he would not only become the mass target and face immense difficulties advancing in the ancient battlefield. Even if he returned to Tianhuang mainland, he would have to live an ignoble existence. Even Ethereal Peak would not want to retain an anomaly like him. Unless he had no other choice, Su Zimo did not want to take that option. As the leader of the 4 mounted bandits, Chai Li also recognized the circumstances and declared loudly, "Factions that are watching out there! As long as you're willing to help us kill the 5 of them, we swear that we'll assist you guys in the Elixir Pool Sect Ruins contention." "That's right," Hu Meng shouted as well. "We will be immensely grateful to the cultivators that are on our side. If anyone manages to kill Su Zimo, I'll offer a Meridian unlocking elixir as thanks." The moment he said that, an uproar broke out. Initially, the factions and cultivators were merely here to watch the show. But now, some of them were tempted. "Look, Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace has arrived with his men. There, the Fiend Heir of Malevolent Earth Sect, Shuiyang, has arrived as well." The gathering of multiple top factions on the Long Street of Xiantian City added an additional layer of complexity to the situation. Su Zimo's eyes shone murderously when he sensed the commotion around him. He had to end this battle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, there was a high chance that the 5 of them would end up as sacrificial offerings for the contention between the top factions. Other than taking on his demon form, what other methods did he have that could slay the 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators as soon as possible? Su Zimo thought fervently. All of a sudden, a thick thunderbolt landed on the Long Street, opening up a huge, charred pit that flickered with lightning. This was the might of the universe that no one could go against. The rumbling of thunder was only heard a moment later at the edge of the horizon. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Without hesitation, he strode forward and the stone slab beneath his feet exploded, shooting gravel all over the place. The immense rebound caused him to soar into the air. Wielding blood quencher up high with both arms, he channeled the mental sutra of Void Thunder Manual, and his blood churned with the rumbling of thunder, forming a harmony with the thunder in the skies. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of thunder intensified and arrived from the edge of the horizon in a terrifying manner, as though thousands of carriages were riding across the firmaments. Crackle! In the skies of Xiantian City, endless lightning flashes and interweaved. In the blink of an eye, it resembled a sea of lightning that shone with a divine light. In the face of that sea of lightning, Su Zimo's leap attracted everyone's gazes. At that moment, he was in the midst of the sea of lightning with a torrential aura, resembling the only true god in the universe that was unparalleled. Snap! A thick blue thunderbolt descended and struck Bloodquencher. Lightning coiled all around the grisly red blade like countless small snakes climbing in a frightening manner. Take my slash! Su Zimo's holler was like thunder that boomed everywhere. Basked in lightning, Su Zimo swung Bloodquencher that was shining brightly with lightning and descended from the skies, encompassing Chai Li and Hu Meng. That single slash possessed the might of the universe, and the power of thunder that struck was horrifying. Before the blade even arrived, Chai Li and Hu Meng were already scared out of their wits. How could any human defend against that slash? That was clearly the wrath of thunder. Ah! With nowhere to run, Hu Meng could only yell. He bit the tip of his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of blood on the eyes of the face on his copper spear. The eyes of the face shone with two blood beams, and its body lit up with a sacred radiance. Gritting his teeth, Hu Meng raised his copper spear and welcomed the incoming Bloodquencher. Boom! The weapons collided resoundingly as though the entire world shook for that brief moment. Hu Meng seemed to have turned shorter as a gigantic crack appeared beneath his feet. After a moment, his body shuddered and he was wrapped with the power of thunder. Spitting out a mouthful of blood with dimmed eyes, he was sent flying. The copper spear was also repelled by Bloodquencher and smashed against Hu Meng's chest heavily. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. A 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was injured. Not only that, Bloodquencher's momentum carried on and continued to slash against Chai Li's saber. Clang! Chai Li's expression changed as his palm cracked and bled, losing his grip on his saber. Pushing against his heels, Chai Li retreated backwards 100 feet away. His face was pale and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Of the two 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, one was severely injured on the ground and the other retreated in defeat. That was how terrifying the might of that slash was. Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace and Shui Yang of Malevolent Earth Sect arrived just in time to witness that, and their pupils contracted with a hint of shock. If they were the recipients of that slash, they might not be able to escape unscathed either. The other cultivators were dumbfounded and gasped. Chai Li no longer dared to stay any longer. If Hu Meng had not defended the first strike, his organs would have been ruptured from that slash. Without turning back, he fled out of the city. His eyes shone with boundless hatred as he yelled, "Su Zimo, someday I'll definitely make you pay for what you did today." Chai Li was absolutely confident that he could get out of Xiantian City. Thanks to Su Zimo's slash, the distance between them was increased, and there was no way Su Zimo would be able to catch up to him since they were both at the end of their roads. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. Chai Li felt his heart skip a beat. He turned back instinctively, and a cold, blinding light approached him at an extremely fast speed. In that light, he caught sight of a figure standing far away with Bloodquencher dug into the mud beside him. That figure wielded a moon-colored gigantic bow and had just placed it down. Su Zimo's voice sounded. "Someday, I've already told you, the 4 mounted bandits shall be stripped of their title today." Poof! 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 The arrow pierced flesh and blood flashed. Chai Li's body was pierced by 10 arrows, and he collapsed at the end of the long street, lifeless and dead. At the same time, Su Zimo put away his moon concealment bow and arrived beside Hu Meng with his Bloodquencher. Laying in the mud, Humang was still coughing blood that was washed away by the rainwater. His gaze was scattered. Looking down, Su Zimo's eyes were cold. The next moment, a saber beam flashed. A massive head rolled on the ground. The 4 mounted bandits were buried in Shintian City.